Good afternoon, and thanks for tuning in. This is Jupiter Exile, and today we're getting started on Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, Soul Level 1 run. This will not be my first time performing a Soul Level 1 run for this run, but in my previous run I skipped 3 bosses. So this is going to be an all bosses run at SL1, and we're going to be abiding by the following additional restrictions. We will not use any spells or ranged weapons. We are allowed to use thrown weapons and consumables. We will not use any summons or bright bugs. And I'm also going to play offline if I have the option. I will find that option momentarily. And it's initializing online mode. I'm going to have to turn that off. The matchmaking is different in Dark Souls 2, and we need to make sure we're playing the run in a pure, unharassed way. When I was originally playing through Dark Souls 2, I actually ran into a few invaders who helped me proceed through areas, and that would invalidate the challenge in certain ways. Especially in the Sunken City, there are certain objects that an invader can destroy that makes it remarkably easier to clear the area.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind.
Dark Souls 2 is received by kind of mixed reviews and results.
You will lose
Technically
everything.
and mechanically, it's in every way an improvement over the previous game. But the level layout and enemy design is not as well beloved as Dark Souls 1. It's perhaps why Dark Souls 1 has received a full remaster, Dark Souls 2 is not. Of course, the other reason Dark Souls 2 has not received a full remaster is I believe it runs in 60 FPS natively, whereas Dark Souls 1 originally ran in 30 FPS and actually kind of breaks if you run the FPS any higher. Although the game is mechanically more in-depth, more varied, there's more going on. This is good and bad for us. In Dark Souls 1, the Soul Level 1 run, we're the Pyromancer class. We have a bit of extra strength, and we technically have access to Pyromancy, although we didn't actually use that in our run. In the Dark Souls 2 run, we begin Deprived, which starts with no gear at all and puts all of our stats at a flat 6. Which does make it, I believe, almost functionally impossible to access magic in a meaningful way throughout the run. So the no magic restriction probably isn't going to hold us, really. That's not a meaningful restriction. You can get some equipment in the game that increases your stats, however. That's one of the big mechanical differences from Dark Souls 1. There's a lot of stat-adjusting gear. We get 4 ring slots to make use of that will also help us perform further modifications to the stats that we're rolling with. And so we have some notably expanded gear options, and we're going to need them. New to Dark Souls 2 is a statistic called adaptability, which will be our bane. Adaptability controls how much invulnerability frame you have on your dodge roll, and also controls how quickly you use items such as Estus. Because our adaptability from the beginning of the game is going to be very bad, that means our dodge roll at the beginning of the game is going to be very bad and not actually provide us with a lot of invulnerability. Which is going to make our early fights really tough. So we're going to have to be relearning how to deal with some of that stuff. I haven't played Dark Souls 2 in several years, so we'll be kind of getting back to it. I'm just going to let the opening cutscene finish. It's almost done. There are a few things we can do to improve our adaptability. There is a ring, I believe it's called the Simpleton's Ring.
The fate of the cursed.
Gear from the Peasant's set will increase our adaptability. And there's a certain item we can hold on to that will also increase it further. All right. Without further ado, here we go. Thank you for wandering with me. There are some other challenges we'll need to be facing along the way, and a couple other benefits. Changes in matchmaking mean that we can be subject to invasions, including some scripted NPC invasions that we're going to have a much harder time avoiding than scripted NPC invasions in Dark Souls 1, which in Dark Souls 1 those only trigger if you make yourself human. In Dark Souls 2, they trigger by default, and we would have to kind of die to make that stop happening. That's right, we start the game before we pick character class and perform customization. And there's a few little greeblies running around in this field that'll try to get us, but we just run on through. There's not much going on. It's mostly just a section, like, move around, use the camera, enjoy the fact that, like, the movement is smoother. Then we reach this point.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead. An undead has come to play. They all end up here. All the ones like you. You spoke to that kind old dear, didn't you?
It's a bit more of a pensive start to the game than Dark Souls 1, which is more abashedly a tutorial in many ways.
Yes.
But is in exchange kind of putting you immediately into the action.
Hollows prey upon men, feast upon their souls. This is the fate of the cursed.
What is your name?
All right. Name is going to be Jupiter.
At least you know your own name.
All right, we can blitz through the rest of this. Class is going to be the Deprived. As for a gift, I think we're likely to start with a human effigy. I can't remember what the petrified something is good for. I think you can trade it in later for an upgrade item, if I remember correctly. Healing wares is not a terrible option, considering that we don't really start with much in the way of a, what's it called? We don't start with much in the way of healing. We don't start with a full Estus. Okay, how do I actually go between different segments? It's not that, it's not that. Oh, I see, I have to go over here. We're not actually going to customize very much. I almost never do. Maybe the hair color. Just gonna randomize. Yeah, get some really weird random looks. I think one pastime that's often used is you go with a random setting and you just keep picking the weirdest random, and then you just go to town. There's all sorts of stuff. We're not gonna bother with it. It doesn't matter. We're gonna look like a zombie for most of the game anyway.
For the same reason, to break the curse.
You're no different, I should think. Doesn't stand a chance.
Dark Souls 2
You never know.
is the game in the series where we are, in a sense, able to escape the curse of hollowing. We are able to transcend the cyclical nature of the world and kind of escape through our understanding of the cycle in its full extent. By understanding that the propagation of the cycle is a sin, and understanding those who have done it in the past, when we can attain that circumspect, we can exit the loop and cease to interact with it.
All of them. Over and over.
Yeah, I know how the game works. You don't have to, like, completely... You don't have to give me the spiel. I get it. Like, items here or anything? I think we get basically nothing to get started with. Okay, we'll get a human effigy. So human effigies are the humanity of Dark Souls 2. And they will provide us with the ability to get our health back later on. Okay, got our very first bonfire, and we've got a little tutorial segment here that I don't remember super well. There we go. Okay, so we do have a parry mechanism even now. Got access to a torch. Torches are sometimes important in Dark Souls 2. There's various things we may need to do with those. There's several like torch lights we can light along here. There are these fog doors. I think there are some items back here that we may want to grab. I can't clearly remember because it's been forever. Excuse me. I believe none of you are actually important. I just want to get through here and see if I get like a sword on the far end of this. I think that's probably telling me about backstabbing, which is not very important. And for my trouble, I get a dagger, which is way better than nothing. Two hands on a knife certainly works for now. Get a spare life gem. Pop out here. This is the location of our Snuggly the Crow, just up in this crow's nest. So that will be useful for us later on if we want to trade items with Snuggly. We also want to take the fall onto this, so that we can grab whatever's here. Some extra souls. Look at that phantom punchy boy. Right. I can't hustle up ladders for this, but... Okay, yeah. It's just telling me about kicking, or the guard break move. That's right, they made it more generic. Plunging attacks, parrying. And then through here, what do we have? Nothing important. Jumping and platforming is a lot easier. They break up the buttons that we use a little bit. Alright, so over down there we've got a kind of a stone statue person. We're going to want to come back here later when we can to get an extra item. That's not something for now. We need to get a special item before we can go back through there. It's going to be one of our early Souls expenditures, I think. Everybody's dying up in here. I forget why. Okay. Majula is the hub that replaces Firelink Shrine for this Dark Souls game, as opposed to both Dark Souls 1 and 3. We've got an entirely new area. Majula is very pretty. Pretty indeed. So there's a couple pathways from here as well. There's this pathway back here. I believe there's one up over there as well. There we have the Firekeeper. We're not really going to be talking to her or interacting with her much throughout the run. Her primary purpose is to level you up. I think she might also have some lore things to say, but we're really not going to groove on the lore super hard. Up over here, there's another cheery fellow.
This. It is a
Yeah, he can like loosely provide us with information on objectives, but it doesn't really go very far or give us very much. On one side of this, I think it's the front, we have kind of an indication of how many people have died playing the game. It's a fun little tidbit, which does remind me, in terms of game options... Okay, we don't really have an offline mode here. Earnings, video, message history. I don't actually know where the option is, so I'm just going to hope that it's not very important. So in Dark Souls 1, your matchmaking is based entirely on your character's level at any given time. In Dark Souls 2, it's actually based on how many souls you've earned, regardless of how you spent them.
I packed an answer.
I'm going to have to get this key a bit later. I think there might be a cheeky way in here and then you can unlock it from behind, but I don't remember quite how to do that. Yeah, I think I just need to find the key for that. There's that. We've got one direction over there, and then over here, we've got the option to join the Covenant of Champions, which we are not going to be doing for this run. That is a different kind of challenge run that just makes everything in the game tougher. Everything just like is tougher, hits harder, and respawns indefinitely. Dark Souls 2 does have a feature that's unique to it among Dark Souls games, which is that enemies have a respawn limit. And once you've gone past that limit, they stop spawning. There are a couple areas where we might actually have to get up to that limit because some areas are very, very frustrating to navigate.
Not exactly. Well, oh yes. So,
here we have the lovely Shalquar. We want to get the Silver Cat ring off of Shalquar, and that's about it. The Ring of Whispers is neat, but we don't need it. So we'll need about 13,000 souls to get the Silver Cat ring, which is useful for preventing fall damage in a couple places. There are some like pigs hiding around some of these corners who are a bit unruly and will totally kill us, given the chance.
Welcome to...
And over here we have Molan, who sells armor, by and large. I don't think he actually is going to have almost anything useful for us throughout the game. He gets additional armor sets as you go, most notably, every time you kill a boss, he kind of gets the armor set for that boss, so you can come back here and get boss armor if you want. It's very expensive, but it's very fashionable. And we get a Titanite shard up here, of course, which will be useful when we can access the blacksmith a bit later. I believe there is some stuff in this main house, but I don't recall if we can get inside yet. Nope, that would be a no. Okay, so trying to recall where we want to go to first in terms of this. Dark Souls 2, as I mentioned, there's a strong preference for the map from Dark Souls 1. The map in Dark Souls 2 is kind of windy and confusing and way too open. There's just a whole lot of stuff everywhere. recall why there are so many dead people here. I feel like it's a prank. People just use the dark sign here randomly. I believe probably can't get through this yet. Or is this already available? I need to remember where this leads. So we've got a few different early objectives to try and take care of, related to different places we have to go and stuff we have to get done. Yeah, it's you can't actually live down there, I believe. I don't think that is a survivable fall, despite the look of it. Down here, grab this. Now I think this might be a survivable jump, but if so, only barely. We're not going for it. Okay, this is properly the first area, so to speak. This is like the jungle, the forest of fallen giants. Yeah, here we go. We can just walk around here and grab this. So homeward bone, quick soul. So enemies are kind of everywhere in Dark Souls 2. They have bigger, more aggressive radii. Better tracking. They're just nastier all over. Okay. Snag a quick bonfire over here, but we're not going to rest in it just yet. I noticed that I haven't gotten Estus yet. You know what? I think I actually need to go back to Majula. I think I get the Estus by talking to the Firekeeper. Let's do that real quick. So notably, we have the ability to warp and teleport from the very beginning of the game. And that's pretty cool. Very useful. Okay. Excuse me, would you like to furnish me with an Estus flask? I super forget where it is.
Are you, or merely a bearer of the... I will remain, but take this with...
There we go.
On, and he who may drank king then. Bearer of the... For misery you will never meet.
Ha, that's what you think. Come down on the belt slot, get that equipped. Yeah, we've got 4 slots for rings, slots for armor as well. There is some starting armor items that we acquire just by virtue of drawing breath, but we're not even going to use them. I'm going to head back over to where we were just a moment ago. The imported gear is very, very notably weak. There is a benefit to having armor in a slot as opposed to having an unarmored slot, but even then, we just don't care. Backstab. I'm trying to remember parry timings and things like that. This is how long it takes us to drink Estus. That much time. It's really obnoxious. We have been shot by a bow a couple of times while we're working on this. Ow. Enemies tracking better makes dodging, parrying, and backstabbing a lot tougher. See, this enemy will turn to face us for the entirety of his animation, basically. And we can also kind of whiff the backstab animation, which happened just now. There we go. Because it does give us a replaced animation whenever we need to backstab. Come over and grab this. And I'm going to go ahead and put life gems on the hotbar real quick. So life gems are a very, they're a huge Dark Souls 2 staple. They'll provide us with some amount of healing, but they're limited in quantity. They're not going to come back the way that the Estus Flask will. And they take a long time to kick in. But they're pretty nice for our moment-to-moment healing in this early game where our Estus Shard, our Estus Flask, you may notice, has 1 charge. So there are a whole lot of dudes in this field who want to get up. But we would really like to collect kind of the starting items that are around here. So we're just going to methodically chop down everything around here. So that we can get our hands on some more stuff. The guys who are unarmed mysteriously have lower health. It's an interesting little tidbit. And we do have somebody throwing bombs at us from on high. Okay, I did not have the ability to roll out of that between those hits. One down. I woke another guy up while I was running. There's a nice quick reminder of how Dark Souls 2 combat tends to work. We have a lot of areas like this where there's just a lot of dudes. So we'll have to deal with being outnumbered pretty often. I didn't get the parry off. Alright. Between the limited stamina and the zillion guys, this has been about what I remember it to be. So there's the guy who's throwing bombs. I don't think we can necessarily get up there just yet. Just want to grab a couple more items. Let me see. Now I believe there's one route over this way, loosely. Probably a bit of a violent one. So there are ladder attacks in this, and we can fight with enemies on ladders. I think it's generally going to be a first hit wins kind of circumstance. But if you just run past all those dudes and try to get up this ladder, that guy can totally kick you down and you'll get wrecked. I would say Dark Souls 2 has at least as many, if not more, gotcha moments as Dark Souls 2, or as Dark Souls 1 does. Got the backstab on him, so you are done. Get out of here. Take a quick jump here to grab this other item. Alright, now we have access to a short sword, which will be a better weapon for the time being, I believe. Straight sword I cannot equip. I cannot equip the short sword. Okay. We are very limited by our stats all being at 6 in terms of what we can equip, and that's just going to be the nature of it for a while. We can still put 2 hands on a weapon to wield something that requires a little bit more strength. For the majority of the run, we'll be using a mace wielded in 2 hands, which you should be able to access as soon as we can get to the blacksmith, which I don't remember how to do, but whatever. It should also be noted that item durability works differently, and we're pretty close to breaking our dagger. Just as a bit of a fun feature. Okay, there are a couple ways of approaching this, and I'm trying to remember which way is less obnoxious. Okay, yeah, you're just gonna wait. Get you with a heavy attack. Yep. Dagger at risk. It's very close to breaking. And if this dagger breaks, I think we will basically be running around looking to kill enemies with our bare hands, which is not very comfortable. But it might be the way we have to do some things for a bit. There is an archer at the top of these stairs, which is why I'm trying to like deal with these guys before I deal with that. If you could just... That's right, we want to use heavy attacks, because they're still pretty quick with the dagger. At least I recalled... Yeah, there he is. There's the archer. Run and... And there goes the dagger's durability. It's broken now. Ow. Punk you are. So we can still do a very minimal amount of damage with our broken dagger. I think we probably do more damage with our bare hands than the broken dagger, weirdly enough. Okay, I think, let's see if I can climb this before I get shot. Alright, made it there. And I believe that our next bonfire is just through this door. Let's see if that's the case before I get murdered. Indeedly do. I'm just gonna try to rest here. Nope, come on, come on. There's the backstab. Okay, we made it. We're still alive, technically. Not very comfortable. So we'll have a chat with this nice merchant. Now, I believe there's a couple things that are important here. The hand axe is a decent early weapon. It's a much better early weapon than our dagger. And then over here, we've got Leningrast's key, which we will need to access the blacksmith. Very important. So we'll grab that, and we'll grab a hand axe, and we'll go ahead and equip the hand axe. Yep, we have to wield the hand axe in 2 hands, otherwise we can't, like, hold it. So that's what we got going for now. Let's see. And, alright, I'm going to want to take out this guy on the right so I can grab this item that's over here. I think it... Oh, I was trying to input a leap, and the game said no, twice. So, I guess it's not meant to be. There we go. That's a more capable amount of damage. We'll go ahead and use our only Estus Flask, because that's the way our life is going to be for a while. Witching Urns are a throwable. It's like a bomb. Okay, this lets us climb down. Is this something meaningful over here? No, this is how we got in the first place. We don't need to worry about that. And that leads to a whole other area that we're not at yet. We can climb down to get there up ahead, I believe. Trying to remember if anything around here is a particularly better use of our time. I think this is actually, this might actually be breakable. There we go. Yeah, sometimes Dark Souls 2 is varied like that. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. So the attack trajectory will just not work out for us there. Bummer. Oh, and there's a hand axe, so I didn't actually need to buy the hand axe that I just bought. Oh well. Some more unimportant stuff in this kind of storage room. Ah, and then there's a full-blown treasure chest here. I don't remember if the same method regarding mimics actually works in Dark Souls 2, so we might get caught by a mimic later. Or just by some random hollow soldier. Okay, a few more life gems. We don't want to get into using radiant life gems just yet. We'll take a slight fall here to grab that. That's a very useful healing item. And we'll do this. And I've got a couple souls and things. We're actually going to quickly travel back to Majula and make use of the blacksmith. And start shopping. Hey there. Nobody has time to talk to you. We use the key. He's got a nice treasure chest here. An unimportant item for us. And we're just going to pop every single bit of soul we're holding on to. Alright.
Ah, yes. Now, but
Yeah. We need to rest at the bonfire after opening the door for him to move into position.
you, the name, and you are a man ought to not your equipment.
So we're going to buy ourselves a mace. And he does sell Titanite shards. We'll buy 2 of those for now. And we will reinforce our brand new mace up a couple steps. We can only afford 1 step on the mace for now. Bummer.
I'll be around.
Yeah, alright. And we'll swap this out for the mace. So that leaves us with about 3 Titanite shards for now. So we'll return to the Cardinal Tower, and let's keep cracking some dudes. So in order to make our Estus flask better, we're going to need to find Estus shards. I think there's only so many of them in the game. They're highly important. So I think this does actually put us fairly close to the first boss. You are actually a living dude. Okay. Very quickly putting myself in a pathetic state. You've got some great tracking, don't you? Alright, that'll be the first death of the run. Yeah, it is way harder to cheese out the basic enemies as opposed to Dark Souls 1, where you need to order yourself. You need to crack open Dark Souls 1 with a bottle of wine to pair with all your cheese. It is a very cheesy game. Quickly grab those 400 souls. Just come at it aggressive. Backstepping. What a jerk. Pretty sure that guy's gonna stand up. Yep. This guy also took it upon himself to get involved, so here we go. That's locked. And we do have a fog wall over here. Try giant and then try key. Yeah, I believe that beating the first boss gives us a key, basically. So what I need to remember, is this the first boss through here? Nope. This is just more like expansive, kind of obnoxious areas to run through. Yeah, about that. Those are everywhere. Ow. Please no. Okay. Okay, that looks deadly. I'm gonna get pinpricked by a dozen arrows. So we're trying to just do some basic checks around here. Remember where everything is. Get through those guys. We want to re-equip life gems, even though we only have the one. So I'd kind of like to pop one. We're not going to be shy about using life gems to try and save ourselves deaths and speed up our progression. To the extent that it will actually help. Woo! Just don't hesitate there. I guess you'll be fine, maybe. Huh. I think there are still more rocks rolling down that way, so we're not going to risk that again. Okay, so up along here, we've got more of these archer goons. Where are you? Bandit's knife. I think the bandit's knife isn't actually too bad. I think it can inflict bleed. Which is still not going to be like a huge priority for us, but it's kind of neat. Okay, we can't actually backtrack there. We have to go the long way around if we want to. And I'm not sure if we want to just yet, but we'll figure it out in a second. Yeah, similar to Dark Souls 1, when you're at SL1, you can't really play out these areas defensively. So you just want to kind of just crackerjack through it as best you can. Take out as many enemies as you can along the way, and just, you know, keep active the whole dang time. If you try to be defensive, you're just going to get worn down, trying to go through the sheer volume of dudes. I almost fell in that hole. That's what you get for not remembering how the game works. That guy is actually conversational. We'll get to him in a sec. Okay, still took that hit. Not sure, I don't remember what that's even good for. Hey buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kale. I'm navigating the... Why can't... Well, when I first came...
I can't remember if this guy is particularly good for anything.
But I do know one thing. I came to Drangling. Have you seen? I've made... Inside, I believe... Now... Yes. Wait. Then what? Well, you look wonderful. Shame here. What
There
a
we go.
joy.
We talked to him to get access to the mansion, because there's a couple useful items in there from what I can recall. Some upgrade materials and stuff, maybe some souls. And boy, oh boy, do we need some souls. Yeah, despite not being able to level up, our early game is still very hungry. We're really just trying to pile a bunch of upgrades onto this mace as soon as possible. Alright, so with that being done, we need to be heading back through that kind of fog door area, which is over here. Because there's not much else to explore along that route for now. And we did not find a key in the process of that. We still need to go fight the first boss to get that key. I feel like the first boss is connected to this area, but I think it's behind that door. And we need to, like, find a way around first. Which might be over there. So, first things first, I'm going to pop upstairs and take advantage of that bonfire. Then I'm going to quickly travel back and throw a couple more upgrades onto the mace. Yeah, it's a bit of misfortune that souls are tight. Since we're starting deprived, we don't have any starting armor either, which makes us kind of unduly vulnerable early. And the early enemies are more dangerous in this one. Don't need to bother with repairs, doesn't matter. So reinforce that, and I don't have enough to reinforce it by another step, but I think I can go into the main house and get some items that will help with that. You may notice that in the starter town, there's just a pit kind of in the middle here. Falling down that right now will absolutely kill me. There's a couple ways of getting down there. One of them is using the Silver Cat ring, we can very cleverly fall and not die. There's an NPC that we can run into and have a chat with later, who will build us a ladder that can let us kind of just climb down there peaceably. So, let's see. Got a Pharos' Lockstone. Those things are super weird. They're a currency that's not going to matter for most of this game, or they're kind of like a courtesy. They activate various things in the world. There are only so many places where they're going to activate things that actually matter to us. We've got an upstairs. Let's get to this attic. I think there might be another chest around here somewhere. There we go. There's another Titanite shard. For one thing, I definitely remember there aren't any mimics in Majula, just pigs. The pigs will kill us, but they have very indistinct attack animations and a lot of HP. A weirdly high amount of HP. Later on in the game, they get replaced with even more dangerous, like, giant pigs. The whole thing feels like it's just one big troll. I think there's an enemy down here somewhere. But here we have the kind of map of Dranglaic, as was suggested. And, okay, that's it. Through here we have some skeletons. And, let's see, there is a torch that we could light, or rather a sconce. An Estus Flask shard that will get us a very welcome second use of Estus. And a treasure chest containing something. A soul vessel. I can't remember what those are. I think they let you respec. Show this to a certain person, and that's all it says. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those let you respec. The Estus Flash shard is the biggest reason we came in here. But since we killed a couple extra things, we can actually get that next upgrade level on the mace. Now, for the Estus Flask shard, I believe we need to talk to... I believe we hand that over to the Firekeeper, and she takes care of the upgrade for us. Might be something that we use at the bonfire itself, though.
Seek those whose their soul once you have, so that hope will.
Okay, maybe you're not super helpful. No, we can burn effigies to restore our humanity.
Is that a shop? Here.
Yeah, there we go.
To see light. However.
Upgrade the Estus Flask. Alright, this will steadily make it marginally more useful. There's another item that we can get later that makes it heal for more, similar to the way Dark Souls 3 works. They kept that around. Further reinforcement on this. Okay, now we need large Titanite shards for upgrades. After getting to the mace +3. Dark Souls 2 has a shorter upgrade path. You max out everything at +10. Another thing that's actually very nice is when you make an adjustment to an item, like giving it a special, I believe they're called infusions. When you take it along an upgrade path, that's not committal. You can change it back later. As opposed to Dark Souls 1, where once you've changed it to an upgrade path, if you want to change it back, you do lose all intermediary things. That's right. We want to actually go over to this guy, and let's try and hit him accurately. Okay, more accurately than that. There we go. Get ourselves a few extra Titanite shards. Just a basic lizard. Yeah, pushing weapon upgrades early will make us a lot safer in some of these encounters because we'll start being able to just kill enemies in a more preemptive way. Ow. That did not trigger the leap. Yeah, now that we can kill that guy in 2 swings, it's a much simpler little bit of combat. So, let's see, I believe there's still a door here, right? Yeah, on either of these sides. So, how do I proceed to get over there? I need to go outside and then fall, maybe? Or over there? I do not remember how this all works. So, let's see. There's the prospect, maybe, of going up and then in some different direction. But I think all of this just kind of ends. That's a dead thing. Yeah, so this lid over here, and then I fell down. I accidentally input a kick there. Whoops. Good thing that didn't super backfire. Roll through a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, part of me feels like it's back over this way somewhere. Like I need to fall or jump down here. Get out of my way. So, let's see. Yeah, because down here is not the same as the other area we were checking out before. Ooh. Staying a little bit further away from him. Okay, and I'm going to grab the item that's over here. That was way too early of a jump. Whoa! Isn't that something? Yeah, I misjudged what I was aiming for with that jump earlier. Whoops. Whoopsie. Can I just walk up here? I can just walk up here, no big deal. Another human effigy. Those will be very precious. So it's very difficult to see with only 1 death, but our health bar is very slightly decreased. Our health bar maximum, that is. And subsequent deaths exacerbate that, which overall gives Dark Souls 2 a very frustrating feel. Okay, there are kind of a lot of goons down here. So we want to be very quick and committal about getting the kills that we can. Before more guys show up and do obnoxious stuff. So we can see we've got another 2 of them over there. That'll be on their way soon. We have no life gems to mitigate them. I'm just going to run up while they're not looking at me. Very quickly get you dead. So of these caves, a few of these have really obnoxious enemies to deal with. We've got these kind of like iron shellback guys, and then some of these caves are also full of fire, which is super cool, of course. So the mace does really good damage to them. The reason why we use the mace preferentially is because there's a heck of a lot of heavily armored guys, and the mace is actually, like, weirdly effective against them. we've got a lot of crumbled dudes hanging out. We could go down that way, but there's not much merit to it right now. Let's see, I'm trying to remember where we need to go from here. Yada yada. We kind of need to get around to there. So going down that path right now is basically a death sentence, if I remember correctly. Yes, and he will do this, which is super annoying, but I think we can kill him before he rights himself. And I'm just going to quickly pop a Radiant Life Gem, so I don't have to worry. And then we'll equip basic Life Gems again. We have to kind of keep equipping those every time we run out. Get something unimportant. Now, those guys are worth a pretty great amount of souls, thankfully. So we're getting some souls out of the deal. Let's see. I think I'm supposed to manage to get my way across here, or on the left. I don't remember exactly how to do that. Okay, so... yeah, okay, no, that's an entirely different area. I'm gonna have to get over there differently. How does one actually get back from here? Right, there's this. Just lets us go back an area, basically. And then we can deal with this archer at the top of the stairs. Now dead. You. Okay, and we get stabbed to death by regular dudes. I'm actually going to want to get those souls back, I think, at this point in the game. So I'm going to walk around the corner and grab them. And I really need to remember where to go. There are some other directions I can pursue for a bit. Let's see, I'll think about that momentarily. Really uncomfortable. Just grab these before I lose them more. I wanted to get rid of him, but the game said no. Okay, one down. I think I can drink. Barely. Kill that guy. Oh my god, you're all such a bother. Was it back this way that I actually need to go? I don't think so. There are a lot of dudes here. Okay. No, this is not it. Hop down over there. All that over there is absolutely the area I need to get to. Enemy ahead and then enemy ahead. Alright, sure. I think you've still got a couple useful things for me over here. So, I could stock up on effigies or life gems. It's not a bad idea. These are the bright bugs that we're not going to use this run. We're forbidding ourselves. The fragrant branch of yore gives us access to some very important areas, so we're looking to buy those as soon as possible. There's like extra stuff that's accessible with that. Try projectile. I don't know what they're getting at with that. So in the beginning of the game, the fragrant branch of yore is a Dark Souls 2 unique item, basically, that is locking us off of a few different areas that we would love to check out. There we go. So long as we can do the leap properly, we can get that guy killed without much fuss. So I believe we do need to work on exploring in this direction. Store's still not going to be open yet. Okay, so let's see. What did we not get to when we were over here before? A couple things, right? Oh, right. We didn't check up this area on, like, the parapets. I am going to make one attempt at this guy up here. If you run away from this combat, this enemy will not come back to this area. But if we can take them out, it'll be a pretty cool thing. Being said, I do not remember their attack pattern super well, except that they've got a lot of raunchy stuff they can do. They have plenty of health for that matter, and they do that little thing. I think we have enough time to drink with that. Nope, not at all. Alright. Yeah, I'm really not confident we'll be able to beat the Pursuer, especially because this arena with the Pursuer will attract like 2 other hollows while we're trying to deal with it. And it's just a challenging enemy in the first place. So now it might be more clear that we're missing a little bit of our maximum health. And that is going to get worse the more deaths we take. We can reverse that by using a human effigy. So notably for an enemy like the Pursuer, it's fairly difficult to stagger compared to a lot of the other things we're dealing with now, and even a lot of early bosses in Dark Souls 1. There are a lot of early bosses in Dark Souls 1 where you can kind of make use of staggering to like have an easier time with the guy. Okay, so now I'm recalling that I need to kind of head on the left here and kill this guy, or at least knock him off, if I want to have a decent time fighting with the Pursuer. And now, of course, we've got like just a herd of guys who basically showed up all at once, half of which are even willing to throw stuff at us. And we just have an utter gang squad. And this is basically the Dark Souls 2 experience. Like, you do not have the same fervor of dudes in Dark Souls 1. Even in cases where you have a bunch of dudes showing up at once, they're a lot slower to spawn in Dark Souls 1. Alright, I would still like to not lose those souls. Essentially, you get one shot at that particular Pursuer fight, and then once you have lost the Pursuer there, it's replaced with this gang squad. But we can kind of quickly get back over there. Now, one thing of note that I haven't been mentioning, these barrels over here are actually black powder, and it's possible to trigger explosions if they are hit by fire, or I think just hit hard enough in general. Okay, yeah, they're like basically kind of waiting around the edges of this arena to get that. I was wanting to hit both of them with that. There we go. That's better. You are a chump. Get crunched. Okay, that's better. Yeah, even if that looked insurmountable the first time, if we just use the proper level of aggression to deal with it the second time and land a solid preemptive hit, it's very solvable. See, we've got a couple other explosives things around here, and another spear guy down here who's making a swinging attack for some reason. We'll eliminate him. Don't you backstep on me. Re-attack sequence, and then we kill him. Check back to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, this guy might have decided to follow us later, so we'll take him out before that becomes a reality. I can kind of hear something of like a bonfire through here. I think the bonfire is on the other side of this wall. Actually, that reminds me. Do I have a fire source right now? I do not. So, notably, these witching urns here are not fire. So they can't set off this black powder. You'll need enemy attacks or your own fire source to do that. Be wary of right. Ah, yes, because there's a bunch of ballista in here. Okay, I was hoping I could just take him down. I am getting messed up by my attack range a lot. I'm having a very hard time trying to catch 2 enemies in a swing. Another trait in Dark Souls 2 is you have a lot more enemies who will preemptively attack. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, they are less aware of their own range and less aggressive about employing that range. Dark Souls 1 is full of all sorts of guys who will try to stance you down before they actually commit to any kind of attack. Okay, so over here, right, this is the second floor of the an area we were in earlier, right? No, this is different. Okay. We'll collect our spoils, a large soul, the Great Soul Arrow spell, which is unimportant to us, but the large soul is pretty cool. And then we'll take a quick stint down this ladder, which will afford us this door, which does not open from the side. Okay. Oh, right. There's an enemy on the other side of this door. You can wake him up and he opens the door for you. Dark Souls 2 is a weird game. That hit me somehow. I'm offended. Through here, we actually have the first use of a Pharos Lockstone. I don't remember what this one does, but we'll go ahead and use it. A lot of these open up, like, different areas. I believe that door can't actually be... I'm not aware if that can be opened without using the Pharos Lockstone. And we got a Titanite slab absurdly early in the game. And the Chloranthy ring, which will be quite useful. Yeah, Dark Souls 2, very, very weird with the way things are arranged. Yeah, this one's not a mimic. I think this is one of the chests that you can... Oh no, this is a different kind of trap. I forgot about these. Neat. That nearly killed us. Alright, and then through here we have yet another item. I think the first... I think I loosely remember where the first mimic is. It's a metal chest, not a wooden one. And here we've got a life ring, which will be quite useful to us early on. And some more Titanite, which is also pretty cool. Alright, moving on up. I believe we've got an NPC to talk to. I think this guy is like a loosely traitorous NPC. Pretty sure if we walk forward, he'll like try to kill us as part of a gang squad. I forget.
Well, I hope you have... Oh, hogwash. My name is... I journey hither and thither.
Oh no, Pate is the one who gives us the, what's it called? The white soapstone in this game, I believe.
There's treasure in there. I saw the same design. I was with this warrior. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself.
Yeah.
I still have the... I'll leave this one to you.
Yeah, there's like a little back and forth spat going on between him and another character. You can actually choose to side with one of them. Okay, this entire room is really explosive. Yeah, I was trying to avoid that. I failed, but I didn't die. Talking about, like, dirty tricks. Okay, there's the guy up there who is super eager to blow me up. Alright, I think through here is where I want to go. Okay, and now we're basically on the opposite side of that area from earlier. That is still locked. Yeah, I think this is getting us kind of closer to where the pursuer is. We've got like one enemy who activated despite being at the very far end of that hall. I forget what he's doing right now. Right, I triggered a dodge attack. I don't want to do that. These very aggressive spear pokes. And they do have shield frames while they're doing this as well. I'm almost dead. And I'm out of most of my life gems as well. I believe I can use a Radiant Life Gem. Just try not to die. I got poked again there. And I woke up another bad guy. Dark Souls 2. Oh, he had a shield frame despite doing that animation? Alright. Yeah, that will not dissuade him, but now he's dead. Alright. Huh. Okay, there is an item out at the tip of this sword. It's easy to die running up here to get this because any number of these goons down here will do this to you. I forgot there were additional guys that drop down behind you on that segment. So this last area, I think you could probably count like 4 or 5, maybe more dirty tricks. And oh my god, this entire like early segment is exhaustingly full of this stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this so that I can buy myself a couple of fire bombs, so that I can use fire bombs to interact with some environmental stuff. Thank you kindly. And in that entire segment, we also did not unlock any shortcuts leading back, so we're taking basically the same walk. Like, even more so than certain difficult bosses and things like that, I think this early segment of Dark Souls 2 is one of the most obnoxious, difficult, reset-worthy things in Dark Souls. It's like, you're fighting through veritable hordes of enemies, dealing with all sorts of nasty tricks. It's difficult to find where the, like, shortcuts are to make this run anything less. And you've got 2 Estus flasks to work with. I can now have 3. But that's as far as I've gotten on that. That guy's going to try and throw stuff at me. I'm going to put the fire bombs on my bar, and we're going to throw a firebomb at this. Because this is actually how we get the shortcut back to the bonfire. So basically, we have the bits up there with the guy throwing firebombs and the explosive barrels. We have this bit here where on the right, these ballistas will try to kill me. That spot there where if you run forward, the gate will close behind you and you'll get ganked. This spot here, once again, firebomb. And then we have this segment through here where the guy at the far end of the room activates for some reason that I don't remember. And then if you run out along that carelessly, you'll get ganked by a bunch of guys. I think I can run halfway and then get back before they all show up. Just to grab this and make it back. Back up, use Estus. Alright. And that is how I went bald. Got this guy over here. Thankfully, because I focused on upgrading the correct weapon very quickly, I can two-shot that enemy. If you're using a sword, those guys almost don't care. We've got very close to enough to buy the Fragrant Branch of Yore. And this is the reverse side of that area from earlier, which I believe will allow us to unlock one of these doors. So that we can have a quick run to the boss and start on boss attempts. Yeah, we can open this now. I think we can open the one on the other side. The boss isn't particularly hard, but it's been a very long time, so... yeah, that guy's gonna get up. Dark Souls 1 has enemies in places that are like stylistic and will never wake up and aggro to you. Dark Souls 2 goes the other way with that. Dark Souls 2, basically every single enemy in the game will get up and aggro on you. If you just, like, wait the right amount of time, I guess. Okay. So I'm going to head back up these stairs and pop another soul or two so that I can make use of the Fragrant Branch of Yore. Or rather, so that I can purchase the Fragrant Branch of Yore. Not making use of it just yet. That's for a little bit later. We could go back and strengthen our Estus. We don't actually have enough souls, I don't think. Large soul? I think we're like 1,000 short. Okay, I need to not fight near the shopkeeper, you jerk. Thank you. Yeah, we're 900 souls short of buying the Fragrant Branch. I kinda wanna just farm that without risking my souls at the boss. Risk my souls here instead. If that guy managed to hit me with another firebomb, I'll die. There we go. Life gems are nice. So I'm heading over here because... well, I was heading over here because killing this iron guy would be worth a lot of souls. But I happened to pause for a moment in range of, like, another deadly thing. There we go. Crunch that real quick. So now I only need about 50 more souls to get the Fragrant Branch. So I'm going to try and come over here and just kill this guy. I guess this guy if he really insists. Please no. And we got the guard break on him, so we get that taken care of. Now we can buy the Fragrant Branch, rest, and go after the first boss. there are a limited number of fragrant branches in the game. There's a limited number of places where you need them. They unlock like pretty large branches of area that we're gonna have to check out. The first one that we're going to be making use of is actually like a little bit backtracky. We'll be going back into the initial area and grabbing an item that is quite useful to us because we're on SL1. It's going to give us a couple stat boosts. Oh, look at our ugly, scraggly ass. Oh boy. Come on down here. I'm going to remember there's a guy here. That's locked until we beat the boss. And here we have the boss fight. So we've got 2 Estus Flasks for this boss fight. This boss has like kind of weird attack patterns from what I recall. He gets a little grouchier in his second phase, a little more grumbly. But we've got a lot of upgrades on our weapon. We're largely just going to try and we're mostly just going to try and beat him very quickly. And in a manner appropriate for Dark Souls, our first boss is this very like crumbled, pathetic type of enemy. And also appropriate for Dark Souls, our fight with him is going to consist almost entirely of just messing up his ankles, like super badly messing up his ankles. Ow! Got a little crunched there. Yeah, he's gonna tear off his arm to try and beat us with. Chloranthy ring is decently helpful here, because we really just need to avoid these foot stomps, keep chopping him, and he's done. There's the last giant. Not super threatening as long as you just give him a little bit of personal space. We'll head back on through here. We'll go ahead and open this. That is not openable by this key. Huh. This key is useful for a lot of places around here, though I don't remember where all specifically it gets used. I just remember there's a lot of places that make use of this key. What are you doing being all uppity? I think it's mostly doors that look like this. So there's like 2 or 3 different areas that have been opened up now. We've got you. We don't actually need to come back here for a while yet, from what I recall. And we can grab this. Yeah. This guy is mostly content just to stand and watch that door, which is good for us because he's really tough. And we don't actually need to go through there yet. Got another item that is afforded to us for beating the first boss. Ring of Restoration. I think this might give us like a little bit of health back over time. Just a smidge. It's not going to be super useful to us, but hey, it's here. Whatever. We like stuff. We'll take it. Okay. Now the next area that's unlocked, I believe, is over there. Yeah, so we'll take a quick rest, and then we need to go. I believe it's down this way, and then through that one area. Yeah, it's like on the left over here. It's over this way. I'm just going to run past some guys real quick. to do is go through this door. Which will lead us into this super dark area. Awesome. And I'm going to have to remember how to navigate this without dying, which is just going to go poorly. Right, skeletons. We've got skeletons here. So we could be like a smarty pants and activate a torch and have a much better time with this. Ow. But instead, we're just going to kind of brute force this stuff and make it through. Drops us off here. We've got an archer over there. Super kind. I think we have a scripted invader soon in one of these little offshoots, which is really, really tough to deal with. I don't know if he'll show up while my health is like this. Okay. You just do that a while if you want. You. Ow. Couldn't quite swing fast enough. These ones have a bit more health than the last rendition, just because, I guess. An item that isn't going to matter much for us. That'll finish him off. Grab this. And this. Okay, yeah. Plenty of ways to accidentally fall to our death around here that we need to watch out for. Ow. Head over here, pop a radiant life gem. And over here we get an item. Yep, this is notifying us of a dark spirit that can show up here if we are actually human running through this area. Because we're not human, we don't actually have to worry about... Oh, nope, there he is. Okay, I thought we had to be, like, fully human for this dude to show up, but I guess not. Yeah, there he is. This is a scripted phantom rather than, like, a player phantom. And he's quite nasty. We can't use the bonfire while he's on us. He does cast magic. Here, whoop! He's got a lot of health. He's just generally a jerk. Yeah, he casts like these big old spells. Very flighty. The game is really refusing to trigger my armor breaker attack, or my anti-shield swing. Yeah, cool. Alright. I still can't use this bonfire, can I? Nope. Alright, run through there on the left. Alright. I'm trying to find a good opportunity to scam him and just like get a really cheesy win. I can't go up through there, that's nothing. So if I can lure him onto the bridge, I might be able to get him to just like completely screw up and die. Right, he does this soul mass thing, which is super junk. He's gonna body block us in that door. Yeah, like, look at that attack. And we have to deal with this while we have no souls. Just get on the bridge! Oh, come on. I couldn't trigger a kick that entire time. I trigger kicks accidentally all the time. Okay, I'm just going to stand and face a wall and trigger kicks a few times because that was very frustrating. Okay, it does respawn us at this bonfire. Okay, now I get it the first time. Ay. All right. So now I have to deal with possibly a lot of dudes who've come back to life now. And also he's not done. Also, he's still around. This is jumpable, and he shot us to death, so we lose 12,000 souls. So this is a thing in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 1 and 3, you have to opt into these enemies showing up at all. In Dark Souls 2, they will troll you. So we came up here. We got this. I think the actual answer here is just to warp out using the bonfire. That's death. Yeah, I'm just gonna warp out of here. There's no reason to fight Armor or Dennis. He doesn't drop anything we can use, except for a bunch of souls. And it's incredibly obnoxious to deal with him and characters like him. There. We can just travel back to Majula. We have some business back in Majula anyhow. I don't remember how to proceed from that location, and I'm going to remember that later. Because there's not a whole lot of reason to crack my skull against it right now. Because what I want to do is run back over this way. So, after the deaths I've taken at this point, you can see that I've lost a pretty substantial amount of my base health. Maybe about 40% of what my health could be. Right, there's another path up here, isn't there? I think this is also blocked off by a statue. This leads us to a whole other area. We've got another character to interact with. Hey, how's it going?
Have you business with the way you understopple? Having some.
Yep. Blocked up by a statue. So the fervent branches allow us to get through these statues, is the entire purpose of fervent branches of yore. But we don't want to go past that statue yet. We want to get past another statue so that we can get some special items. I mean, I say they're special. They're not terribly special. So you may have noticed with this path here, the path that we've been pursuing, there's like an additional 2 forks off of Majula. Majula goes in like 4 different directions, 5 if you count the gutter, which is the pit in the middle of the place. So it's initially very, very sprawling, and we're going to check out some of those other areas soon as well. You may recall also that the Firelink Shrine links to at least 3 other areas, because it's linked towards the Undead Burg. It's linked to New Londo, and it's also linked to the Catacombs. So we're going to use the Fervent Branch of Yore here to get past this guy. Or Fragrant, not Fervent. I've been saying Fervent a lot, and that is wrong. Yeah. So despite being freed from his stone prison, dude is still very much aggressive when we kill him like so. We have to be careful in this area because it's full of basilisks, which do a pretty notable amount of damage, pancake us, and have a very dangerous stone breath attack that can cause instant death if we allow that status to trigger. But ow, knock this down. It's worth noting on a basilisk, the big bulbous things are not their actual eyes. Their actual eyes are these tiny yellow dots on either side of their mouth. So yeah, those big bulbous things are like decoy eyes. Spooky. Okay, so yeah, we need to head down here. We're going to get mobbed when we do. Pop one of these super quick. And we're going to try to do this and live. It's dicey. I do not have the stamina to put up with this at all, and apparently there's another archer here that I can't even really see. He's up there. Okay. And he can shoot us while we're on this ladder. Awesome. I'm gonna try one more shot. I'm gonna dodge it. And then we kill him. There we go. Grab an Estus Flask Shard, which is very welcome, so when we return back to Majula, use this and the one we've been stockpiling, we'll be up to 4 Estus charges, which is kind of the point in the game where our Estus actually starts to work. And then as we head through here and deal with a few more guys, unlike before, we can't run past these dudes, we have to deal with them, because we're going to be in for a bit of a fight soon. And this connects back over. So we got ourselves the Estus Flask Shard. We're going to take a quick trip back to the original cottage. Hey, how's it going?
This is a fair try. Why else this lot? My name, the old women.
So a bit of conversation with Milibeth. She should hand us off an item.
The old long ago, but now. The old long ago, but now.
I might be wrong.
But now.
There might be something more that I need.
You must, but if you're just starting.
Yeah, they're kind of hinting that you can come back here to respec if you want. I'm going to try and see if I can progress Milibeth's dialogue. So Milibeth will provide us with the item we're looking for, but I don't remember what is required for that. Someone just chuckle? I think so.
The old long but now.
Okay. I do not know what was the requirement to get her to hand me the stinking ladle. And I really need the ladle. It makes my dodging better. Okay, have we gotten through all of these areas yet? I feel like we're missing one or two, possibly. Kill that thing. This leads down here. Yeah, and we can fight against this guy if we want. I think there's actually 2 of them. Yeah, there's 2 of them. The best way to fight these guys is honestly just to bring them back up over here. Got a little thing in my face. So they have a specific attack pattern, and if we can prompt them to do it while they're on this bridge, they'll just roll off and die. Which is optimal because these guys are really annoying to actually fight. Yeah, so he'll do that kind of fall and then kill himself. I think one of these guys may drop an item that we kind of need. They will try to sit on you, and they've got that much health. So like in Dark Souls 1, even at this time, with like, so long as we have an appropriate weapon, we'd be doing good damage already. In Dark Souls 2, there are enough like super healthy guys that it really doesn't stack up the same way it does in Dark Souls 1. Okay, he's like wanting to reset, and I really don't want him to. I would like you to please come further out. I don't remember if these enemies are subject to backstabbing. If you want to back up off that cliff, that would be a real solid turn for me. Just, you know, a little further. And that is unfortunately not lethal. I was really hoping. Oh, look! We got a pursuer spawn over there, too. In case that mattered. Alright, this is not related to what I was trying to accomplish, though. Because that coffin over there is just the, that's the gender swap coffin. Okay, I'm going to talk to Millibeth again. Are you certain you don't have more dialogue for me right now?
The old, long ago, but now.
Okay, I need to trigger something else to get this, and I do not remember what. Take a stint back to Majula. There are a few other things I can work on at the same time. I think I may already qualify to modify this equipment. Let me see.
Oh, I'd get...
No, let's just repair or reinforce. We might need to be at a different NPC for modification.
What? Drat. Don't spend your need so. I know. Don't waste equipment to give me strength. My girl. Now, listen, even you.
Rare
Drat.
ore
Don't spend
stones.
your
Okay,
whole-
yeah. He's hinting at a merchant we'll run into
Don't
later,
waste
but that's not that big a deal. Go ahead and get our Estus flask repaired.
Is that a shot? Here, to see light. However,
Let's just lock a couple of these in. Okay, so that over there is like one of the initial pathways we could go. I need to remember the others. So that was another one. Yes, I believe this way will lead us off to another area that we can kind of muck with. Yeah, and then we can turn back in this area as well, and it's kind of like a switch gate that can connect to other things. Yeah, that's not an illusory wall. Visions of illusory wall. So over here is kind of the secondary area that we can choose to progress. Let's see, we need to get through some other stuff here first. I believe we need to get this door open. I feel like there was a switch to do that around somewhere. Let's see. That's right. There's a little bit of a lever. I think this only opens temporarily, which is like one of those weird design idea things that they can do when you have access to a teleport. Is they can do areas that like block off. And then there's another one here that you have the choice to pull if you want to go back. That's right, that's right, that's right. Another item here, more souls. Proceed up through here. Okay, and this is our like alternative progression area, Hyde's Tower of Flame. There are several of these kind of despondent knights around here that will not activate and fight us until after we have fought the first boss. This area is notably more challenging than the Forest of Giants, but it's because the enemies are tough, but it's also like way more straightforward. Like, those enemies there have a ton of health, and they're kind of hard to fight. These enemies here, once they've activated and are awake, are quite quick and difficult to deal with. These guys can basically turn around their entire swing to hit us if the dodge isn't timed properly. So we do have to watch out for that. But notably, we can usually get through this area without fighting many of these guys. A lot of them are very... a lot of them you can just run past. And that's how we're going to be getting through here. Because we need to fight the boss that's down over there. Excuse me. So, this guy standing here, we can get him to walk away a bit later. He's very grouchy. Could you not? Alright, he really wanted to. I'm going to drink this real quick, pop through here, and face this boss. Let's see if I can get the quick kill correctly. No? Looks like I fell short of the quick kill. This might be tricky then. Come on now. Oof, rough. Okay, let's try and position him again. Looks like he's not really keen on doing the same attack. Okay, he got me there. So, you saw he was very, very close to just slipping off there. With the correct positioning, he'll basically slip off, and we can get a free chunk of souls. And that can help us with buying some additional, like, basic items to help us out with these early areas. Okay, and this time, as we're running past, we're going to make sure we grab the item on the opposite side of this door. It's just a Lloyd's Talisman, which is not very useful. I think it still has the property of putting mimics to sleep. I just don't know how to discern iron chest mimics, which are a thing in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 1 and 3, all the chests look the same, and all the mimics look the same. There's a very slight visual difference that you can use. I'm going to just quickly... I'm going to wait until that guy is awake to get at his chest. It's easier. Okay, so it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then here, and we roll, and then he steps forward and slips off. That's the quick kill. That's maybe the cheesiest thing we're going to do in this entire run. So, neatly, the 12,000 souls from that are exactly the amount to get another fragrant branch of yore. And we're going to want to use it for that purpose pretty shortly. So coming over here, we get this bonfire lit that we can use to warp back to Majula. And we've got a character over here who can sell miracles. I'm trying to remember if she has anything else important. There's a ring that increases faith and a lot of miracles.
No need. The gods.
If you want to, in a Soul Level 1 run, you can equip a ring to give yourself higher faith and then use that to access certain miracles. We don't care to do that. This is another route that we can pursue and move further. We're just not going to worry about it immediately. I want to go back to Majula, and I don't know if we can purchase another Fragrant Branch yet. Let's see, so I know it's going to take Large Titanite in order to get this upgraded. I'm going to repair this. We'll want to use it later. Oh, I actually have found a large Titanite, I suppose. I don't remember when. But we'll take this up to a mace +4. Yeah, he can only sell regular Titanite. I am going to go ahead and get a couple upgrades on the basic dagger. And since we're looking at it, I'll buy some more of this and get yet more upgrades on the basic dagger. There's only a couple places in the game where we're going to want to use the basic dagger, but it's invaluable to have it at a high level then. We will need to use it to fight a particular boss. There's an area in the game where you need to be carrying a torch, or you will be murdered by a zillion spiders. So you want to hold the torch in one hand to avoid being murdered by spiders. The dagger is one of the only weapons you can wield one-handed. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the Firekeeper a bit more. I'm trying to remember if there's a dialogue or something
lest this
that can
over the hill where a man
get us
whatever.
to access the ladle.
Those who come to it happens that although he does, perhaps he is that tiny and ancient being that will mock your very existence.
He's talking about Shalquar.
The sign you bear, and without state, even when you, for when the undead dies, not all undead are hollow. If you find it, so that over the hill where a
Okay,
man
so that's her
whatever.
looping point in the dialogue. Talk to this fellow up here. We may talk to Shalquar a bit more. Let's see. I think using the... we're going to use a couple of souls, because we don't care about any boss weapons in this run at all. We don't need any boss souls. We're going to consume a couple of those to get access to the Silver Cat ring.
You probably... Well, there's nothing. Do you, even I'm told anything? What we do you to be a we, and that's...
Yeah,
There
real
are food,
dreary.
and wherever you each...
He tells us
if
about the
that
4
fragments-
beings with powerful souls.
The journey you're facing, when you face protection.
Oh, and he will offer us the Way of
I
Blue,
see.
which we're not
If
going to
you
muck
ever-
with.
I will stay.
The Way of Blue is a nice beginner covenant. It allows for people to come in and help you if you are being invaded, which is highly contextual. It's a neat, fun way to play, because you can play with the intent of protecting newer players. So, I believe that I probably have enough souls if I consume all of this stuff to get the ring from Shalquar. Because the Dragon Rider soul and the Last Giant soul should be a good amount. Yeah, it looks like the Dragon Rider soul alone will be enough.
What? You have that? And the scent? Oh, don't feel bad.
So with that, we can buy... Nope, not quite. Not quite there yet.
Nothing suit. Well, that's...
So with that, we'll just use the soul of the Last Giant as well.
Oh, you do have a type.
And we can buy the Silver Cat ring, which reduces falling damage. Yeah, the Ring of the Evil Eye doesn't have enough impact for us to really benefit from. In a casual run, it's more useful, but we just don't have a lot of HP. The Ring of Whispers is interesting. I'm trying to remember if it... I don't believe it allows us to get anything else in particular in this run. It does give us a bit of a warning sign when enemies are around by making kind of a moaning noise for standard undead, which is helpful. We don't really need any of these.
Satisfied? I'll be a...
So, we're going to equip the Silver Cat ring. And I'm going to try and remember the angle I need to have to fall here and live with the Silver Cat ring. I think it's right here. Helpful person. Oh, nope, that's not quite right. Try ring, therefore try merchant. Yeah. It's indicating to you that the Silver Cat ring is a way to survive this. Hip. But probably not when we are hollowed. I think we're going to have to burn a human effigy to survive this drop. Because our HP is just too low. I couldn't remember if it's... I think falling damage is proportional. somewhat, but perhaps not that proportional. So we'll crunch that to restore our humanity, we'll rest to get our health back. We do have the Silver Cat ring equipped. Armor does nothing about falling damage, so the fact that we are basically nude is perfectly fine here. I think, for the sake of sanity, I am going to put on maybe the leather set or the imported set. Yeah, on comparison, like even the lightest armor is usually going to be better for us than the imported set. The imported set itself is quite light, but apart from that, I mean, the hunter's hat is also just really stylish, so, you know, get that look rolling. Okay, so even with that, and with the ring, we splat here. I think with a roll, I may not die. Let me try that once. If I still die making a roll with the Silver Cat ring, then I am forgetting how this works. Thankfully, this is pretty risk-free. If you die on this fall, you will always be able to recollect your souls, like right here. No big deal. Okay, so I think, yeah, I think if I take a roll correctly, it counts my falling distances lower. Nope, that's wrong. Okay, okay. So I've completely forgotten how you survive this. It might be based on using a specific kind of item or having a certain amount of health. Maybe it's not a flat damage value. Or maybe it's not a percentage-based damage value. Alright, in that case we'll have to give up on that for now. And return to attempting progress in the main areas. Just grab this. Yoink. Okay. Alright, so with that, there's two areas we can get back to progressing. The Forest of Fallen Giants and Hyde's Tower of Flame. I am going to go back to the Firekeeper's Dwelling one more time. Talk to the gal. About maybe getting a ladle. You just hand me your soup ladle, please.
The old, long ago, but now.
Okay, no, she's still on her same dialogue. And I've already taken everything from you up here, right? Yeah. I do not remember what triggers that dialogue to progress. Alright, we're going to move along in the Tower of Flame to the area that's just after it. And there's a couple cool things around here. Where are you, liar? Probably somebody who had another message up about a hidden door. There are not that many hidden doors around. Well, not in this area. There are other areas with plenty of hidden doors, actually. There's an item back here. Yeah, not important to us. Okay. So we've got kind of a lot of notable big chungus knights here. As far as a couple souls, a couple weapons, some other things we don't really care about. I believe there's another fragrant branch that we can get somewhere around here. And that's pretty much what I'm looking for in this area, is that fragrant branch. And a few spare souls are always nice. I don't remember where this leads, so I'm going to check. Ah, right. Temporary dark defense boost. We're not going to be using those for much of the game. There are a few different consumables that give us extra resistances to things. That is a very, very slow elevator. Do not appreciate that. And then through here, I remember there being a lot of goons here, but I remember there being a lot of goons everywhere in Dark Souls 2. Glad I noticed that guy. Okay, yeah, we've got a dude turned to stone there. Will not be able to get past just yet. We will, like that Phantom, we will also check for possible good luck. Is there a boss through here? I don't remember. I think this leads to another area, actually. Because I believe this is the back door to the Pirates Cove, which I think is a little earlier than we want to be heading through here, pretty much. The No Man's Wharf. Yeah, ambush ahead. No kidding. There's like 6 ambushes in this area. We don't want to deal with this just yet. There's some other bosses there and stuff, but it's like there are not really a lot of items and things that we would want to get to. So we can go back up the elevator, and I think there were some other places to explore. And of course, there's also an area that was gated off by a fragrant branch that we noticed in the lower part here. And I think that leads to yet another area of the game. We've got a lot of branching paths early on. And not a lot to show for it, really. They're just kind of here. So yeah, there it, like, credited us with the opener for a backstab, but didn't chain into the backstab and also didn't do any damage. Very peculiar how the game decides to detect those. Let's see. Very slow elevators here. Okay, we're gonna head back through here and run to the other side of this. Ah, we had another one of these knight guys. What are you protecting? It's an item here, right? Sublime Bone Dust. I believe this allows us to get a more powerful Estus Flask, which is nice. Not super important at the moment, but we'll take it. And we'll just get past this guy, and we'll head back over to the kind of central hide area, the hide tower. Take a quick rest here at the Tower of Flame, and whoop, try not to randomly fall off of things. How do I get back down here? There we go. Back through this bit with the boss, or the bit that had the boss before. So notice that guy, the little white knight, has woken up. And we're going to half ignore him so we can quickly get over to his little box. You may notice he has an absolute truckload of health, and we're just going to fall to our death here, and that's pretty much fine. I don't remember what we get out of the Ring of Binding. I think that's spellcasting related, so it probably does nothing for us. Limits HP reduction while hollowing. That's actually very nice. That causes our deaths to matter less. Alright. Go ahead and travel back to the Soldier's Rest. Alright, where are we trying to go from here? So this is, of course, the area where we have that invader that winds up getting us kind of stuck. But I believe... There's another couple options for how we proceed through here. I don't know why all of these guys got angry at the same time. Excuse me, Dennis. So I think we actually want to go back up this way. Ow. So all those guys decided to jump down. Super fun. Oh, you can come up here? Punk. Okay, and I guess he just beats us out on speed like 3 times over. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember if... I feel like there was another way to progress over here and that this wasn't just a random offshoot. But it might just be a random offshoot. Yeah, because this doesn't lead us up anywhere. Anytime we step out of here, we're going to encounter Armor or Dennis. Kill this guy this time. Oh. Firebomb. Okay, sure. Sure, trigger that. He's gonna do that thing. Alright. Got the shield break for a moment there. That's kind of nice. Okay, none of that hit? Sure. There's Armor Dennis. We will never need to fight him again. Well, we'll never need to fight him again in this area. He is now vanquished for this space. We get a human effigy for killing him. More importantly, we don't have to deal with him anymore. He's not going to show up again. Alright, now I can try to remember where I need to go from here. Okay. I think this might actually kind of dead end. Just like desperately hoping that it doesn't dead end and that this was actually important. But I think that is wrong. That's right, because I came in here through the dark, that dark spot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all an offshoot. And I'm not supposed to worry about it too much. Okay, yeah, because it's through this area. That. I can come back up here. Okay. One thing I think I remember is I think it's... You could not follow follow me all that way. I think it's possible to, like, blow this up or get through here, but I think you might have to do it from the other side. Okay. I may not remember it correctly. Anywho. This was prompted to attack. Get through here. I know that, in terms of this area, I'm trying to get over to the Pursuer fight, which I think is like in the hallway with those halberdiers or something. Okay, sure. It never jumps when I want it to. I don't know why it's so much harder to detect inputs for leap and kick. I know you're going to head down here. Please do that so I can go ahead and clunk you. I do not want to have to deal with... Okay, they're just not going to head down here. Alright, I think the spot I need to head to progress is actually up through here. Good old-fashioned aggression. Deal with all these guys before they can run at me and split up. Before I get surrounded by a whole bunch of nonsense. Aromatic ooze is a nice consumable item. It's kind of pine resin thing. So by using it, we get magic damage on a weapon. So that's closed. Okay, yeah, we're not dealing with anything else over here yet. Just heading on up through this way. I can't recall if we get another bonfire before the Pursuer. I think we do. Or we open a shortcut back to an existing bonfire for that fight. I don't know what it is that's swinging away and making that noise. So, yeah, you can get a plunging attack on Pate there if you so choose. If you really want it. Ah, this guy's attacking a giant tree. Can't really get over there from here, can we? Not really, no. Yeah, we don't have a secret door there or anything like that. Okay, I really don't think there's much else going on over there, so I need to go back over this way where we've got the big old fire barrel room. I think there's a way to get up around here and get, like, over there.
Well, I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper. Be careful out there. But, oh. It allows with luck.
Yeah.
Well, I hope... Be careful.
Yeah, so he gives us the white soapstone for navigating that trap. What? You're kidding me. Okay, let me just throw it from about here. That'll work. Okay, so earlier I headed through there. I think I need to head back over here. Yeah, okay. Knocking these guys out will get me to this tree. So these Tree of Giants, you can occasionally come back here and acquire a Seed of a Tree of Giants, which is a very useful anti-PvP item. When you pop one, it causes the local invaders to become hostile to whatever enemies are regularly spawning in your world. So you can use it to cause invaders and your regular mooks to have to fight each other. Savvy invaders can use this to, like, get enemies to come after you. Oh, you can see this shadow is revealing a hollow here. And the smooth and silky stone item is a special item that we can trade off to Snuggly the Crow. I forget what we get in exchange, but we're going to take care of that in a bit. Grab this, grab a torch. Try to kill this guy, fail. And then I get parried from Ruin. Alright, let's go back through there and do that again. Plunging attacks are a lot less generous in Dark Souls 2, and I don't understand why. They're just a lot less generous. That's what you get, I guess. So I need to travel. I can travel over to the Cardinal Tower to have a quicker run back. I think do I still have more firebombs? Because I still need a firebomb to safely navigate this upcoming area. This next stretch. There's the aromatic ooze. Do that real quick. Sublime bone dust I can use from anywhere. Oh, can't burn at this bonfire. Alright. I forget what the rule is for which bonfires you're able to use it at. Grab another few of those. So the bright bugs I mentioned as an item I'm not using. It's not a bad time to mention why. So, am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. So, bright bugs are an item that give you a very powerful attack and defense buff. Like, almost abusively so. But they can only be used if you are solo in the world. If you cannot use them if you have a summoned ally. There's a limited number of them that you have access to in the game. I don't even think any enemies drop them. Like, I don't know if they're farmable. Oh right, that's what that is. I forgot. So they're a pretty potent limited resource. They're very valuable in a speedrun as well. I am considering the use. Oh right, I was supposed to just walk out through the left door. What am I thinking? Through the blasted hole. Ow. Alright. There's exceptionally long stagger in getting hit by that mace. And also their ground slam causes like a local area slow. And I screwed up on that. So I'm basically considering bright bugs to be equivalent to receiving assistance from a summon. Yeah, we definitely have a harder time brute forcing our way through enemies compared to Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1, I mean also, my kick was reliably activating in Dark Souls 1. And now it's just not. So we blow that, head on through here, we kill this guy, and we take these, this ladder up, which lets us get to those other goons. For some reason, this tiny alcove has 3 Hollow Knights crammed into a tiny space just to mess with us. I guess these are hollow soldiers, not hollow knights. I think knights would be a little different, I guess. Anyway, we head on down here. Go through here. I'm pretty sure this is the direction to progress. Yes, because this is the door that was locked earlier that we can now get through. That will lead us in the direction of the pursuer. Be wary of duo. Just as before, whenever possible, we're not waiting for the enemies to do anything in particular. We want to preemptively kill anything and everything that can possibly be preemptively or quickly killed. Because pretty much everything, just take it for granted that everything you're dealing with has an obnoxious attack pattern. And, you know, don't be subject to that as much as you can. Okay, so the run back for this is not too terrible. We basically just need to remember to chuck a firebomb every time we're running back, and we'll be able to make it here. So this boss is also a little cheesable, but the cheese is very, very difficult if you're not, like, in a group. I'm going to try and do it, and we'll see what we can manage. Otherwise, without cheese, this is a pretty tough boss. The hitboxes on pursuers are actually just super rude. They have like a stab grab attack thing that is very obnoxious. Okay, so we want to lure him to about here. And while he's there, you very quickly want to activate this and hope it gets him. It did not. If I remember correctly as well, these ballista are breakable, and I don't remember how many times you can activate them. That's not on target. And there it goes. Okay, so there will be no more uses of that ballista for this attempt. And that one's gone too. Yeah, so the quick cheese that is sometimes available against the pursuer is that sometimes you can just kind of ballista them, and they will he'll be pretty wrecked. That's the grab attack. So if you don't dodge it at exactly the right time, so it will power him up first of all for landing the hit with that. And if you don't dodge it at just the right time, he's just going to kind of auto-correct it into you. And the timing on that is very delicate. So we're just going to fight him legitimately from here. Thankfully, we do have a very damaging weapon. You will not want to do the third hit in the sequence unless we're very close by. There we go. I don't know what that is. I forgot he could even do whatever that is. I did not remember that he had a spell attack. Or that I was out of Estus. Or that I couldn't run while locked on. So there were three things I tried to do that all failed in very quick succession there. And caused me to lose a perfectly winnable fight. I'm just going to run past these nerds and go down this ladder. tactically look away from the explosion to prove that we're cool. And we're just going to head back through here and fight the boss again. We still do need to kill these guys. The few guys here hit for a very nasty amount of damage. It's very tricky to actually run past them all successfully. I think the boss is only actually able to use his magic attack. I think he's only able to use that attack if he has successfully, like, drained us with the grab thing. So if we can avoid getting hit by the grab, that would be swell. Let's try and do that. So I'm pretty sure what we want to do for this is we want to try and prompt a dash attack, roll through, and then very quickly activate. Why did that... Why on earth did that trigger a leap? No way. Yeah, no way would that work. Always roll forward on the dash. We actually triggered a stagger there. We've been kind of beating him up. And we'll just not play it too greedy and get a very standard kill. Too bad I didn't get to show off the ballistic kill, but it's actually pretty difficult to line up. For that, we get the Soul of the Pursuer and the Ring of Blades, which I actually believe is an attack up, which is very nice. The life ring. Yeah, increased physical attack. It's pretty handy. I'm getting hit so many times because the maze is just very short, and the hitbox is just not as generous as the Dark Souls 1 hitboxes. And with this, we are able to rest and travel over into the next area via bird, classic little flight method. Bird travel. Yeah. This leaves us at the Lost Bastille. We get a couple items, a neat little bonus for getting here. Go us. We've got Human Effigy. Dull Ember. Okay. The Dull Ember, I cannot recall what it gets for us, but I believe it's going to be related to weapon improvement. I don't know why somebody put a thing over here. This doesn't fall over or anything. No, you can't knock that boulder around. All right. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time trying to remember what's around the first area here. Got some large titanite. That's very useful. Ow. That's very rude, sir. And he's got a crossbow like a jerk. So this can be knocked off here to explode this area, which is pretty handy, because there's dogs here, and dogs are a super pain to deal with in Dark Souls. Every single Dark Souls game. That gets us over to here. Grab another handy item. And as always, with anything Neat. We've got an enemy protecting it. I believe these pursuers do have more HP than the boss pursuer. We have just enough time to S's here, I think. Okay, I couldn't get my stamina back in time for the third roll. But we got him dead. Okay, we get some Twinkling Titanite, that's fairly useful. Okay, that is no good. And we can proceed on back through here. And back up over this way. Just get my heartbeat back to normal real quick. Cool. I think this might be a real person. In terms of that dark spirit. Is that name I'm not certain of. Let's see, this is... I think we firebombed through this, actually. Or maybe it's just regularly open, and we're being way too panicky about just everything. Open this up, got the antiquated key.
What is it? I don't know.
Have a
Things
chatter
are better
with
that way.
Lucatiel of Mira. Yeah, that's definitely a real person.
I'm cool from the land of Isadra, and so I came. What a
Yeah, I might just do a quick... is there an emote option? Where is it? I think it's the back thing, like... Hello there? Do a quick little thing. Honestly though, and you don't really have a way of knowing this, I'm at soul level 1. I do not want to fight. No, I'm not picking up anything left behind by anybody. I cannot accept any assistance. So what I want to do, actually, is probably get... I don't think I can get back out over here. Why could I not find the offline option in the flippin' game? How do I play the game offline? It's seriously not here in the game options. Something in my face. Okay. Let's see. I just want to get back to the bonfire as close as possible. And then I can just choose death and just pick up my souls and move on. So let's see. The white separation crystal allows you to banish phantoms that you have that you've summoned. Let's see. Yeah, that will only let you send somebody home if you've summoned them. Restores the link to other worlds, not even a thing. I don't have a solid way of communicating. Let's see. Okay, these are the only ones I have access to. No. Okay, so I could say no way. Okay, I don't know what they're dropping or what this is, and I'm not going to pick it up no matter what it is. Goodbye. Enjoy the souls. We're not accepting charity on this run. If this keeps happening, I'm gonna have to find a solution. I think I could probably set Steam to offline mode. That would probably work. But, yeah. I'm confident I can reacquire those without too much trouble. Just kind of by doing this. Oh, those items stay on the floor. That's no good. Okay. Kill that guy. Okay, there we go. Now we can continue normally. They dropped a couple of things around. I'm just gonna try and land this at the right spot. Oh, okay. I threw a firebomb at the wrong angle and it stepped me forward to die. That's super cool. That's totally legit reason to die. Let me try and recollect those like 20-something thousand souls, since I never spent the souls from the Pursuer. Forward and do weird stuff or whatever. So there are two reasons not to pick these up. One, because I don't want assistance, and two, because sometimes people will, like, join your world with weird hacked stuff, and, like, picking it up can corrupt your game. I don't necessarily suspect that that is the case, but it's certainly not worth the risk. Okay, well that's not a good angle. How about that? Okay, well now this is just obnoxious. Doesn't even kill them in this case. It does alert this guy. We've got a stone statue here, but we've got a fragrant branch available right now. Right, that's right. These guys do throw fire. So, if you've not dealt with all of the, black powder around, you can get messed up by them. I'm going to go ahead and use the fragrant branch I have right here. I know that somewhere around here is a nice, like, weapon upgrade merchant guy. So that's who I'm on the lookout for right now. Oh, okay. We're just gonna wake up, like, 11 guys by walking through that door. Dark Souls 2... So yeah, there's black powder barrels all around here, so that when you're fighting these dudes, they can throw a fireball at you, and you can just kind of randomly die. We're gonna walk past this dude and kick this barrel down this hall. That taken care of, and I don't have any additional fire bombs to explode this barrel. I thought that barrel would just explode when it hit this wall, which I think is like kind of like it's supposed to, but that did not happen, and I have no idea why. Because there's a lot of cool stuff behind that wall. I know that there's a bonfire and like an interactable NPC over there. All of these guys are still hanging out, waiting to get a piece of me. So that's super great. And there's also a ladder there to get up to something, but I forget how you get around to that. I think that requires you to go in from that way, which requires you to deal with a lot of these goons. So we're going to try and maybe deal with some goons, I guess. if they all want to de-aggro, I can at least surprise kill one of them. Now I have to desperately fail to get out of that room. And then they all blew up, because this entire segment is full of random explosives. Yeah. Dark Souls 2 is very symptomatic of being set up by, like, kind of an asshole GM. Where it's just got, like, traps everywhere. And it's to the extent that you're not even learning much about whether you succeed or fail in a given area. And you really won't have a good time getting through these places without using consumables as well. Just because of the sheer quantity of nastiness that you have to deal with. Prompt his attacks away a little bit, and that will take him out. We have to make sure we're nowhere near any kind of attack that he's actually using. Alright. I think the trick of this barrel is that it's actually possible to trigger this enemy from the other side, and he will totally kick the barrel at you. Need to make sure this is lined up, I guess. Go! Please, explode the way you're supposed to. No? Okay. So I'm actually going to have a fire source to pop that with. Which might wind up being a torch in my own face. Okay. Cutting back over to this bit here. I'd kind of like to get my 20,000 souls back, and then maybe check another avenue for a little bit, because I know this segment here is going to be pretty frustrating. Okay, yeah, so we're going to lure through all these guys. I don't know if they can follow down this little gap. I am struggling to have enough stamina to swing enough times to get through these guys. Okay. That was a pretty good way of dealing with them. Yeah, it takes a while before we can wield a weapon that is kind of the equivalent of the giant blacksmith's hammer. Okay, and these guys will kind of blow themselves up. Sometimes swords will trigger these explosives, but not every time. That would be too consistent. It's like, I can attack a lot of these barrels without anything happening. Okay. Now, I need to make sure and remember that all of these are empty and there's not a dude that's going to pounce on me. Pretty sure there might be a guy around here to pounce on me. Okay. I believe that through here is actually a boss fight. So we're not going to deal with that just yet, because I've got a tall number of unspent souls. And also, I've got a lot of unspent souls, a couple other places and things I can work on, and no Estus charges. Yes, any location that has an orange outline is an area that has invader or PvP activity. And if we cannot figure out how to go offline, we're just going to have to kind of be strategic about avoiding that a little bit. Let's see. I got the covetous silver serpent ring. That's kind of dandy, kind of handy. Right. We got the ember, so I think we can unlock some more blacksmithing stuff.
I knew you'd be.
Maybe not.
I see that you. I hear
Yeah,
that
an ember.
but the
There we go.
whole art, including myself, I'm afraid.
Okay. I don't remember how this works. Burn Sublime Bone Dust here to get that actual +1. What was the purpose to burning these? Ah, yes, that's right, that's right. You can burn a human effigy to prevent invasions in an area. That's how you go offline. Forgot that there's a cost to it. We may need to do that. I'm going to evaluate that a bit later. Let's see. I think I'm going to go to the Undead Merchant Woman and buy a lot of fire bombs at this rate. There's still nothing useful over here.
Well,
Ugh. Yeah, let's head over to her and do some shopping. You can also buy her Pharaoh's Lockstone. It's fairly useful. Maybe it's and I'm gonna go back to the little spot in Majula again to see if I can. Well, not in Majula, in the things betwixt, to see if I can make those couple of purchases or trigger that little that's supposed to happen. Let's buy the Lockstone. I'm gonna buy, yeah, I'll buy 99 fire bombs. Forget about it. I don't ever want to be limited on those. I'll buy out their effigies too, and a lot of life stones. Having a giant pile of souls is not helpful. Okay, so that's right. You also can't be invaded in an area where you've killed the boss. In the upper left, that little symbol with the red line through it indicates that we are not invadable. And you can nullify human effigy's effect in those locations in order to re-enable invasions. So the way of it is probably that we're just going to need to burn these human effigies when showing up to new areas, kind of doubling our rate of consumption for our for what's kind of a vital item, which is a pain in the neck. But oh well. We can cope with that. I've got a fair number of effigies, and I can play without health. Who needs health anyway? I need to use heavy attacks more often. I'm forgetting about it because in Dark Souls 1, with your weapon selection, they're pretty bad. But the heavy attack with the mace is actually just like a slightly different, slightly better, like attack. Twilight Herb, I don't remember what that does. Restore spell uses. So the Amber Herb and the Twilight Herb are just for spellcasters. Ow. Yeah, I wanted to get that rolled down the way before we got into any kind of conflict. Make sure he didn't blow it up without me being able to put it in place. fit in place, I can go ahead, blast this open.
Dear friend. Friend, I'm Macduff the blacksmith, so right now, you've got to give me...
Yeah, so Macduff is able to infuse our weapons handily, and he's got several options. He requires an item to do it. I think Mundane is one of our stronger options. No, Mundane causes a weapon to scale with your lowest stat, which does not quite work for us. We want to use Raw, same as in the last game. And you can see right now, it already provides a pretty good boost to a weapon. Let's see. Macduff also allows us to buy large Titanite to get us, buy us a couple upgrades. And we've got a couple different items around here, which is all kind of, I think there's at least one infusion item around here. Maybe it's just a bunch of arrows. 5 Titanite shards. Nice. And there's some large Titanite as well, so we will quickly burn some souls. So that we can reinforce this up to +4, 2 more large Titanite shards to get it up to +6. I believe that I can take a quick rest here, and that should reposition him. No, there is some other requirement to get him repositioned. That's still locked. Yeah, if you don't blast down this door, it's like notably more difficult. I think I might need to travel away and travel back in order to get him to move. I'm not going to be too concerned about it right now. The Pursuer's a mandatory boss, so we can go ahead and eat this, it's fine. Good 8,000 souls to work with. So we need to buy, I believe, at least 2 large Titanite shards to be able to afford the next reinforcement. Reinforcement's a lot more expensive in this. And now it's +6 and requires Titanite chunks to upgrade, which we won't have for a while. We could buy large Titanite shards to improve the dagger. It's not that important. Yeah, Macduff is a little crazy, but I mean, he's the right kind of crazy for us. Nice, human effigy. Okay, so we will not be able to get back through here. It opens from the other side. This guy's going to try to kick some hot death at us. Oh no, that looks like that barrel actually remains gone. Okay, I might have to burn a human effigy pretty soon myself. Yeah. Let me actually go ahead and use one, and then we'll pop some life gems to get our health back up. I'm going to try and make it through this fog door over here and try that boss. I think this boss over here is the Ruin Sentinels, if I remember correctly. How are you not dead? Annoying. Yeah, relative to our horribly low SL1 character health, the what's it called? The a life stone actually does really well for us. mostly like kill these guys. I think we can get these guys by playing Ring Around the Rosie a while. Okay, that route there we can't quite get back through. Okay, this passage here, I haven't gone back through yet and taken a look at. Let's see. Looks like a lot of people died here. Yeah, these guys explode, which is notably quite rough to deal with. Like, human effigy. I don't remember where this leads. There's so much stuff around here, man. I'm gonna put life gems back on the bar. Got access to a decent number of them. I am offended by how healthy these guys are. And that will kill me because I ran out of stamina and did not realize. Like, this is a +3 raw, this is a +6 raw weapon. This is quite strong. Give me a break. I'm gonna quickly head back to the things betwixt and see if there's new dialogue. And if not that, I think I'm gonna try actually going for the left fork in the hide tower. Do I have any? No, I don't have any cool branches right now.
The old whip long, but now.
Okay, I still haven't gotten that fourth dialogue.
Now go.
I don't know what I'm missing there. So I'm still missing something in the things betwixt. Not quite, but I believe I can talk to the crows now. So, just as before, we have to quit and come back in order to cash in on that. I believe these guys actually function on a drop table for some of their items. The smooth and silky stone only serves the purpose of being handed off to them. It's a weird and clunky design decision, honestly. Alright. In exchange, we get a soul of a proud knight. There are a few other things they consider, like, correct, but I cannot remember the list of it to save my life. I could go down and kill these guys. It's an option. I think that I'm missing something over here. +6 weapon, wielded in 2 hands. Still can't kill basic hollows in a single hit. Spare raw stone. That might be nice. I can upgrade the dagger, or infuse the dagger. Basic hollow in the starting area takes 3 hits from a +6 weapon to beat. Dark Souls 2. Why does everything have so much health? Okay, there really isn't like anything else around here that I could think to grab that might be able to trigger a scene. Unless I need to kill those 2 goons. Alright, alright. I'm gonna head back over to Hyde Tower. And I need to go left at the fork that has 3 enemies. I just ignore all the dead things here. There are a couple of other areas I have access to now as well. I believe for clearing Hyde Tower, I can switch the locks over and go to another area. It's an effervescent branch to get over in that direction, which I think leads to the Shaded Ruins. Yeah, we're going to head over here because there's a dragon I believe I'll be able to kill. Yeah, this is a little lock thing that can be... Oh, contraption does not move. I think I need Miracle Chick to move it. That's weird. Guess my recollection on that is incorrect. So there are 2 spots where I need an effervescent branch to proceed. One of them is at the far end of Hyde Tower in the lower level, and one of them is a fork that is back the other way. Come on now. And then I can always go back. I can always go back to the wharf and progress there as well. So yeah, it takes a lot of hits to take down these guys. They don't stagger very easily. They do quite a noteworthy amount of damage, and there's a good number of them too. It's basically correct to say that you kind of screw yourself over by beating the boss of this area, because the area becomes substantially harder to traverse once these guys are active. But we're going to try and cut through here anyway. And I would like to get past this guy on the left. If you would kindly walk forward just a little bit. I didn't want to, but that's okay. You will take at least a moment to get up, which is very helpful. Because I'm going to run over here. Oh, I was just a little bit too slow. You basically just need to avoid that initial fire breath, and then you can have a very boring fight with this dragon's legs. I might have been able to get out of it by leaping, instead of trying to roll. I was playing that kind of with Dark Souls 1 logic, where you need to stop running in order to roll, which is not how Dark Souls 2 works. You can roll from a run like that. Yeah. And since you can, you basically will need to, in several places, perform that act. Just gonna keep doing stuff to manage stamina. Guys will actually follow me up here. Huh. This is perhaps impossible. Let's find out. This guy's gonna kill me. Okay, so I actually do need to kill all these guys along the way if I want to fight this dragon. Oh, the dragon doesn't even kill them promptly. So let's deal with that. So the first hit on them or so does stagger, but afterwards they have some stagger resistance for a bit. And I have to give them some space. I'm not triggering backstabs on them, and I don't understand exactly why. Dark Souls 2 is just really reluctant to credit you a backstab in a lot of cases. It's really reluctant to credit you a backstab, and it's super eager to damage you through a roll. Okay. Oh, I just walked off of that. Okay. Just got to take damage during that roll, and then I still can't get a backstab on him. They are regular, man-sized guys. Weirdly big aggro radiuses. Okay, I managed to hit trade with the startup of his attack. There's another one of them following me from like the very beginning of the area. I'm just gonna throw a firebomb at you so I can feel better. Oh look, it was nowhere near far-reaching enough. Okay, very strange stagger behavior these guys have. Basically just that you have like a time lock on your staggers. You can stagger them and then you have to wait because they won't be staggered again for a bit. And then weirdly the bigger dudes have like way less health. And we can actually hurt them. So I'm trying to limit my dodging there because I know that the terrain here is just a pain in the neck. It's like appears because that guy died, but I forget what it does. Oh right, this raises the area around the boss here, so you don't have to fight the boss on a tiny platform. Unfortunately, fighting the boss on the tiny platform is the one true way to victory. We're going to aim to lure out this Hide Knight. Could you please pay attention? Hey, buddy. Can't even lock on and throw a firebomb at him. And that's the pathetic amount of damage the firebomb does. They're basically only worthwhile for triggering specific things. I see. So they also have poise on some of their attacks. Is something that was getting me there. I would love to wake up just the one of you, but I don't know if you can abide by that. That appears to have unlocked another mechanism somewhere by killing that guy. And I would like to, you know, be able to investigate what that was, if I could deal with these other two. Ow. So there's no way of doing this bit without having to just fight these two guys, pretty much. There we go. Just had to lure him back here. Cheese him out. Yeah, you really don't get options to fight fairly or legitimately in DS2, SL1. What's this do? Oh, it just gives us more area to fight the boss in. Again. A cracked blue eye orb allows us to perform an invasion as though we are a member of the Way of Blue Covenant, or the Dark Moon Sentinels. I think to actually be a Sentinel and perform the invasions, you have to be in a more advanced version of the Covenant. And as if it was a cruel joke, the true answer was just to repeatedly, like, jump slam him. I guess that's the better way to deal with it. That being said, I've taken quite a lot of hits trying to set this up so that I can maybe go kill this dragon. And I have no Estus. I still have a decent crop of life gems, but I still have more guys that I need to kill. Specifically this guy, who will be kind enough to have a much nastier attack pattern than all the other guys along the way. So yeah, he got me out of a roll in the last bit there too, of course. Okay, killing every single guy along this route is going to be super annoying. So this is not what we're going to work on now. Every time I get tired of something, we're basically just going to bounce back and forth. I'm actually going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, back on comms. Gonna refresh my coffee. So I'm gonna keep at this for about at least another hour. And then after that, I'm going to cook some food today. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so we're basically progressing over by Macduff's workshop. We can try to get the branch on the left here because that leads to a boss. Or we can go to No Man's Wharf. Okay, Macduff is still sitting on that chest. I actually think this passage over here might be connected to No Man's Wharf. I can't quite recall how that functions. So I'm going to head over this way. And comically watch him blow himself up. And we're going to try and get through that fog door back over here and fight the boss that's related to that. So the guy who was here has clearly stopped spawning, because we have goofed around enough in this place. Ooh, I wasn't sure if that was going to work out. Royal Swordsman, that's what these guys are. Pain in the neck is what they are. Managed to trigger a plunging attack there. Let's get my stamina back. That'll take care of that. Try and preserve my Estus for a bit. Let's see, so we can head down through here. This door does open up, but I believe it leads to a nasty fall, and not a lot else, right? Yeah, that door just leads to a fall to your doom. Because, you know, that's just how Dark Souls 2 works. Sometimes there's just a door that leads to a fall to your doom. And serves no other purpose. Straight through here. Okay, yeah, this is Ruin Sentinel. That's what I thought. Ow. Okay, one down. So this is a triple boss. But this is, I think this is a special entrance to the boss, where you really don't have to mess with everything all at once. Ow! That's a real jerk move that you did there. One of them seems to have lost his shield in the wall. I don't remember how that happens. Or that might be the dead one. I believe there's also yeah, there's a hidden wall. I use a standard life gem here because it's faster than Estus. That's not the same one. I want to try and focus my efforts on the same target whenever possible, so it's the one with the shield that I need to kill. So I'm going to dodge an attack from both of them, hopefully. Okay. Fortunately, they are shielded. There we go. One left. Boss music for these guys is pretty extravagant. That still hit despite the dodge, but we didn't take stagger because of the dodge. Victorious! Earning us the Ruined Sentinel Soul. Now this was the illusory door that we managed to get through. Oh, I think this might require like a Pharaoh's Lockstone or something. But yeah, these guys have a slightly more complex arena, and there are other ways of approaching it. Even though we discovered that little secret door, there's still fog blocking it so long as you're fighting them. So it's just kind of that you get some extra stuff in their boss arena after killing them, which is, you know, different, and that's kind of cool. There are a few more. There are like illusory walls all over this arena. Yeah, to the point that not all of these chambers are useful. I think one of these chambers might contain more enemies. Okay, I think that's the exit. Like the proper one. Okay, is that all of... There is some way to get up there onto the other balconies. Okay, yeah, here's where we have some of the exploding goons, right? Because I'm hearing their chain rattle. Okay, yeah, this is the upper floor area. Be wary of miscreant and then dashing through. There's a way to get up there. I believe it's based on one of these. You know what? Maybe it's actually based on an illusion on the left wall in this room. There it is. Yeah, it's just a case of understanding like where things should be, basically. Relative positions. Okay. Yeah, I believe this is the other option for the entrance to the room. And depending on how you navigate that entrance, you can just be exploded. But you can come at that fight from either direction. We got to come in from kind of an ideal direction as a result of utilizing the, what's it called? The Fragrant Branch. Okay, so in here... Ah, we've got a pursuer fight here. Okay. I dodged too early, and now I'm dead. I don't remember what this Pharaoh's Lockstone is good for, but we'll check that out in a moment. I'm gonna keep fighting this Pursuer. Generally speaking, Pursuers drop good stuff, and they guard valuables as well. And you need to know how to beat them, because they have a standard attack pattern that it's dangerous, but not unbeatable. Just quickly activate this. Looks like a no. Oh, cool. Took damage there. really wanted to attack the moment he got up. I wasn't sure if that was going to roll me far enough away. So I'm glad that it did. So long as you can dodge through their dash slice, pursuers aren't that big a deal. That's the important thing to get through. Use a Ferrous Lockstone, which I believe, yep, shows us a secret door. I'll check on that in a moment. I'm going to open this first. Got a clean 41,000 souls right now. I can't remember if we have a merchant ahead or something. Belfry Luna, that's right, okay. Belfry Luna is an extra area that does have an extra boss, I believe. So I believe we do have the Belfry Gargoyles in this game. But Belfry Luna is also kind of a covenant. And it's a real pain in the neck type of situation. So we're probably going to be coming back to that later. That does not have to be done straight away. The bit that was mentioning about invaders is really no joke. Be wary of back. Yep. Yeah, if you just mindlessly go to loot that ledge, this guy will totally show up behind you. You're very likely to get murdered. The Bastille key. I'm trying to remember what was actually locked, but I'm sure the game's going to put me back reasonably close to where this needs to be used. More or less. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm hearing, and I probably don't want to deal with it. Do we get like drakes showing up here? We get a couple flame butterflies. Those are useful in some places. They allow you to light a torch anywhere. This is really just some places in the game where they're just a necessity to use to get through like pseudo-puzzly things, or just places where torchlight is required. Gotta watch out for these guys with the glowing chests. They will absolutely explode. It's their jam. Their explosion is also cursed. Okay, this is the version that explodes as many times as he cares to. Yet another troll door. Yeah. Silly hollow. The doors are not doors, only the not doors are doors. And that's the type that detonates and calls it a day. Yeah, the game wants to demo to you what these enemies are capable of doing before you, like, run into them too hard. Okay, I'm gonna move back here a little bit. I am a little bit more curious about this outdoor area. I think I'm skipping over something pretty noteworthy or meaningful over here. Be wary of behind, try jumping. I believe you can, like, drop or jump down here and be okay if you're careful about it, but I don't remember how to get back up, and that gives me a lot of trepidation about actually doing it right now. I also don't see the way up on the far side. That's right, there are dogs down here is the problem. This here is the way back up. This guy has a crossbow. He stands with a lot of explosive crap. another Pharos lockstone door here, but I'm out of the actual lockstones. Right, and this guy is an assassin. Almost triggered the bleed status on us, which would basically cause us to die at this point. Got him, okay. A lot more of these dudes show up in some later areas from what I recall. But there aren't too many of them like this early on in the game. Yet another room where there's a bunch of chests, and if you get blinded by the chests, you will be absolutely murdered. Okay, parrying dagger. Not really looking to make use of that just yet. Bone staff. Wilted dusk herb. And I believe this here is a shortcut that leads to another area that we will want to have unlocked. This might actually lead us to a merchant, I don't quite remember. Maybe not a merchant, but definitely extra stuff. Skeptic Spice. Ah yes, Skeptic Spice is one of 2 items that are available that actually reduces the requirements to equip certain spells and miracles, allowing you to use spells and miracles without meeting the necessary health and intelligence and faith requirements. So you can technically get access to like whatever you need. Eight life gems, that's pretty handy. I believe that very close to here is a noteworthy merchant and probably a bonfire. Okay, yeah, so the bonfire is behind this statue. And, okay, with the Bastille key gets us in here. Petrified Dragon Bone and Firebomb. And this can just get us into the, like, there. Okay, I'm confused as to why that is even there or allowed, but whatever, it's fine. Don't give up, skeleton. Yeah, so I had thought that somewhere around here was like an extra person. Okay, there's gotta be a bonfire nearby. Okay, I had been over here sooner, from what I recall. That guy is gonna trigger an explosion, right? He might just be the kind that runs around. Definitely triggering some amount of explosion. I think the only way to get into that particular room is by falling. It's like not super pleasant, but technically available. Okay, and now we're back to this point. Did I have a bonfire back in this room? No, the bonfire is like forever away. Okay. I was about to say, that was not a very useful illusory wall. There's got to be something more. I think this is another pursuer fight in this area. There it is. I don't really want to deal with that until I remember where the bonfire is. That pursuer will try to kill me through that wall. Pretty impolite, if you ask me. Okay, so that's the spot that had like the warning sign and the two things there. And there was this. Is there a bonfire back in the boss arena? Or like over here somewhere? This is like a gateway in the area, so to speak, but this didn't have one either. Okay, it's all the way back in this room, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Here's where the bonfire is. So I'm going to tag this. I'm going to travel back to Majula and see if I can transform any of these souls into something useful. Maybe if I can just stock up on something. Alright, and I don't have any leftover shards or anything like that. Yeah, Skeptic Spice, blah blah. I don't think I have anybody who will sell me, like, useful consumables available yet.
I knew you.
Not much of them, anyway. Yeah, I can buy out the last of his Titanite shards. That doesn't matter too much. Because I don't have useful things to reinforce at this point. And the armor merchant does not matter. I don't think Shalquar's inventory has expanded yet, and I don't know what the trigger is for that. I think that's something that can happen later. At some point.
Oh, you do have the time.
I'll go ahead and buy some things for completion's sake. I'll buy those.
Satisfied? I'll be your...
I know that the armor merchant doesn't have anything useful for us. So I guess the only thing that I have available for purchase really is like large Titanite. That's not doing a lot for me.
Bearer of seek lest this.
Yeah, keep looking for souls. Don't have any Estus Flask shards.
Bearer.
Do you have anything else to talk about?
Lest this. Those who come to it happens to that blue. Although he does, perhaps he is a fortune.
Okay, yeah, nothing super useful here. So we're just gonna travel to go see Macduff again. I seriously do not remember what the trigger is to get the ladle. Okay, he's still a little crazy and sitting on his box. Steady hand Macduff. He will sell however much large Titanite we really want. Go ahead and reinforce the dagger. We can buy more large Titanite. Because. Sure. And we'll infuse the dagger as well. Make it a raw weapon, because we got another raw stone as a random drop. It's kind of handy. Alright, Macduff. That's enough for you. Travel over to the servants' quarters again. So with this location, I'm pretty sure we're close to or barking up on a boss, which is handy. And I think it's one of the big four. I believe we've got the Lost Sinner soon, if I remember the name correctly. I'm just gonna ignore you if I can. I'd like to ignore a lot of stuff. Just cover some ground. Ow. Yeah, they can kind of get you in a chain circumstance if you're not careful. For a moment. Alright, this is not the right spot to hang out at, I don't think. that doesn't lead to anything. That's right, that's right. So over here, I went out and down. Yeah, I came down here and I took advantage of this ladder. I killed this guy. And this guy. Fighting these swordsmen gets super old. Wanderer set. Neat. Oh, I got him here with a key. This is probably a useful spot to be then. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's an ambush coming. There's an explosive barrel in this room, so naturally these dudes could detonate it and cause me a lot of grief. Got some flame butterflies and an alluring skull. Alright, I'm gonna check and see if there's like anything that's specially triggered by detonating this. Okay, I guess the game does not want to entertain that, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Can I break this? I can indeed. Doesn't look like there's anything special necessarily along these walls. Okay. There's the guy up there. Right. You can't block while two-handing this, can you? Oh no, you can. It's just a different button. Ow. Oh, a pursuer. Fun. And the grab didn't hit me? Cool. I'm gonna climb up this and see if I might be able to kill one of the things that's shooting at me rather than fighting this pursuer in a courtyard with whatever the heck else. Hey, buddy. Why don't you stop? Just stop. Of course, we've got more explosives. And I think this area leads to the wharf. This is the other entrance to the Bastille. They do preserve the idea that you can get to places in multiple ways in Dark Souls 2. Okay. Checking for illusory walls, because they are kind of all over the place. Openable doors, doesn't really seem to be. Okay, we've got a ton of items sitting here. That's a pretty good soul. And this leads somewhere. So it's yet another, like, path to follow. And a bit of a slow elevator. So I've got 2 pursuers I've discovered but haven't fought. I have visually examined a fog door, but there's like barely a bonfire in that area. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of similar to No Man's Wharf because there's a lot of dudes in No Man's Wharf who are like that and will kind of be asleep unless you do something to alert them. And this would be the boat that is another way of getting over there. But we're going to take the elevator back up for now. I believe that does take us to the back entrance of No Man's Wharf, which might deliver us kind of close to a boss, which is kind of neat, but not that important. I'm not certain... Oh, that's right. I think that in order to get that little chamber and that extra item, I think we need to trigger the elevator, roll out, and then ride down on the top of the elevator. In order to get into that little extra chamber, but we're not going to worry about that right now. I think you get a miracle in exchange for doing that. And of course, there's little things hidden away here. So we check on those. That is a corpse. All right, moving right along. There's a bonfire. We will actually take a quick rest here as well. The Exile holding cells. Okay. So head back over this way. I'm going to have to re-kill a number of guys over here, and I think that... I think that there might be some... Whoa, don't do that. It's rude. Oh my god. It does that much stagger? Are you kidding me? Okay, I missed that guy like a chump. So I'm going to try again to land on that platform. Because there is a pursuer here, and if you don't clear out these guys and these dogs, it's very hard to fight. But... So that platform is destroyable. That's right. There's like 3 dogs gonna show up. I don't even remember what's over in that other direction there. I can barely conceptualize this map. I don't want to just be complaining the whole time I'm playing, but man, the DLC is so much better. And really, the whole thing can be summed up as the map design is super cheap and has just absolutely tons of dudes in every corner. You've got tons of triggered traps. All of the enemy attack patterns are like, most of the enemy attack patterns anyway, are these really pokey, jabby moves with like lots of range on them. Which is in a way like compensating for AI design, but in another way it's like buffing AI design. The AI can't go wrong when it like really preemptively attacks with a super big weapon. Okay. This one actually has an item. Yay! This is like on the other side of where Macduff is hanging out. There's an Estus Flask Shard. This will allow us to open kind of a shortcut back to Macduff's Bonfire by opening this interactable, and this will make the Bastille a little bit less obnoxious in theory with all this stuff being open. We can still clock our way in through here. It's like theoretically an ambush. It's hardly theoretical, it's an ambush. We need to make sure, if we go through that door, we get clobbered, so we need to make sure we take this ladder instead, so that we can kill this guy. And then I think rolling through here is, let's see. This was another pursuer room, but I think I already took care of it. Well, it has the assassin. Now I remember that. It is not the pursuer room. It is the room where an assassin kicks your ass. Oh, one of the effects I was slowed down there. I think that's because I actually ran out of stamina. Bleed might influence your stamina. I'm not sure which effect actually got me. It's like just a dozen things happening. Okay. Okay. So I don't know why the pursuer didn't show up the second time through. I know that there are some pursuers that will just appear that are not locked to where you are. They're just kind of matter-of-fact jerks. Like, they're not showing up per a script. There's actually RNG involved in their appearance. Jumping down here with this like roll nonsense, and this guy's still here, and still need to come up this way. So I need to watch out if I trigger the assassin again. But I've already looted that room, so I think I'm just not going to head over to where that assassin is. Climb up here instead. Okay, sure thing, buddy. Really concerned that he might actually be able to hit me from up there, just like matter-of-factly. What even is this nonsense you're standing on? Oh. Oh, I thought this was getting me back to the bonfire room, but I was wrong. It's just a different fire. Okay. Oh, I have to go around the long way if I want to get back up to that area. I'm actually just trying to remember right now how to get back to the important spot. So I think that it's up that ladder is where I need to go right now. So the assassin's actually always visible here. So we're just going to run and then preempt him. And even preempting him, he hit us with something really hard. Okay, so there is a thing we can come back for here if we had a Pharaoh's Lockstone, which might be something to keep in mind. So I believe this just deposits us like really high up in the tower, right? Sort of. Oh no, it's like way back here. Okay. use the McDuff bonfire to get all healed up. Let's see. Yeah, the Bastille key gets us in here. They've got these dogs super close to a vendor because they're just jerks. He's still kind of nuts. So that hit me despite the dodge attempt. And this time we do have a pursuer hanging out here, so we're going to go up to try and avoid that. And I'm going to try not to get exploded or shot with too many arrows when I get up here. It's like some arrows is a given. I'm just trying to not absolutely die. Okay. Oh, that's the thing you have to jump to, I think. Okay. So I need to remember how to get back up there. And I'm kind of thinking that if anywhere is going to get me back up there, it's got to be through here. But this doesn't get me back up anywhere in particular. Ow. So I just tried to do this bit with the assassin, who is back. At least I can kill him. And then I come up here. Yeah, it's not a, there's no illusion there. And then I headed back up here, and it just dropped me off at McDuff. And that's it. How do I get back to that tower area I was at before? So basically I need to get back up over there. Or on top of this to use that ladder. Like, I don't know if I've been up there, wherever that leads. Is there a way to jump over to that? Nothing that I've found so far. If you insist. Okay. I feel like I'm maybe not remembering one of the exits of this room. Now, this is a pretty contained room. It's got this bit here. And then it's got this bit here. Just links these things up. That's just a simple trap. That's where I got some neat armor, and that's about it. Okay, so I'm just gonna warp back to the servants' quarters. I'm spending all this time trying to find my way back to the servants' quarters. I'm just gonna teleport. I guess once I jump down that bit, it's just really, really hard for me to get back to the servants' quarters. Okay. So yeah, coming in from here. There's this guy. Yeah, so what I was doing was going out that way and taking that exit. Just gonna get back to this. And I think I need to get to the bottom of this area. And then there was some illusory walls or something. Bottom. How do I even go down in this place? Oh, they can detonate when I roll into them now? That's new. So this linked back up with... Yeah, this links back up with the greater building, and it gives me the warning about try luring out. But I'm just going to head over here. I think the bit that might be confusing me is I think I need to... I might need to actually use the elevator to get to the spot I'm thinking of. Okay, the ones in this room, I think, mostly are content to not trigger. Okay. Wow, this, that wall blocked my attack twice. Neat. Okay, so if I head down here, how far down can I go in this direction? Okay, this was the bit where the pursuer is. Ah. Yeah, this is the bit I wanted to try out. I have to watch out terrain here, because I could very easily like roll off a ledge. Okay, I thought he might do a 2-swing and he did not. That was barely survivable. And he got me anyway. Yeah, this is just a really tight space to try and fight one of these guys in. So I really like some more room to my back when trying to deal with that. Okay, so I think I can loosely remember how to get back to that, though. So it was not through here. It's up through here. We're gonna see how many enemies I can run past, because I know that what's it called? We're gonna see how many dudes I can run past and how many will just join me, join the fight if I don't deal with them. I'm gonna definitely chop through a number of these guys because they're just obnoxious in general. Okay, here we go. That's kind of funny. Yeah, if I can't roll backwards because that ledge is going to kill me, it really makes it difficult for me to deal with a lot of these attacks. Because the 3-hit sequence, I just want to back roll so that I don't have to keep rolling every hit of the sequence. But I'm definitely going to die if I, like, back roll on that. I'm just going to get ledged. This is a trick. But I've remembered the convoluted run path. All these absurdly windy rooms filled with explosives and obnoxious enemies. Suicide bombing jerks. Okay, here we go. that'll happen too. And this time the pursuer doesn't want to show up. Alright. Jump over and grab this. I don't know why they don't want to show up. But... Racing Knuckle Ring. I do not remember at all what that does. Slows equipment degradation. That's not going to be important at this, for this soul level. There it goes. Okay. Fun. That's a magical attack, I think. Alright, that takes a very long time to execute and cannot home onto you if you're close by. So that's actually a pretty handy opening window. I will be mindful of that. Okay, and this just loops back around, so I've taken care of that. Don't have to worry about it anymore. It is no longer a thing. Not certain how he got over there. I'm guessing he had to fall from up above. Okay. So there's all of that stuff and all of those problems, but I'm just going to head over here. And there's a guy shooting fire, because of course there is. Yeah, can I just go through the fog door and say forget this? Kinda. Yeah, that kinda worked. Alright. Every now and again, I guess we can get away with that. More coffee. Finish taking a sip before I finish getting up. Oh. You guys are probably not fun to deal with. And here's the bonfire at long last. The Salt Fort. Gorgeous view. You're right, this is fairly nice. Okay, yeah, that just allows him to fall down. The bonfire is very nice, and I believe we are about to fight a pretty noteworthy boss, so that is a good bonfire to have. Human effigy. And I got killed by those guys with the bows. I kind of thought that might happen when I saw the inside of that room. Whatever. I think I just run past all that stuff and just step on the elevator and call it a day. So that's what I'm going to try. Elizabeth mushrooms. It's funny that the description does not mention that Elizabeth is herself a giant mushroom. No, right. It's not through there. It's this one. That's right, I blocked. It's technically an option. It's just generally a bad one. Take a quick stop off here, which gets us some lacerating knives, which we don't really need or care about. Yeah, be wary of boss. Oh, okay. That's right. I forgot about this segment. What they're saying in terms of Beware of Boss is there's actually an enemy here that I think serves as a boss enemy when you're in the wharf. Yeah, it's these guys. Flexile Sentry. Yeah, if you go through No Man's Wharf, another way of reaching the Bastille, there is a Flexile Sentry boss. I think the boss version is a little tougher. We are going to have to ride that elevator again. I think we might need to call that elevator again, and if we need to call the elevator, that means we need to carefully kill all of the guys. Yep, we need to call the elevator, which means we need all of these guys to be dead so that we can survive until the elevator gets here. I don't have the stamina to fight this many goons. Oh my god. So, in a Dark Souls 1 boss run, you're going to have to fight like 1 or 2 enemies in any particular boss run. Some of the worst are like Gravelord Nito, blah blah blah. On Dark Souls 2, the average boss run back is like, kill 6 guys all at once. Then you can go fight the boss. Maybe then you can go try to fight the boss. In this case, it's like, kill 6 guys, and then you can try to fight a sub-boss that we put right in front of the real boss. So this probably means that we want to send the elevator back up before we proceed on to the next room. I would love to have stocked up on life gems, but that vendor was only selling 10. I do have an Estus Flask shard that I could go back and make good on. Might give us a better time. So yeah, we are going to have to be taking a pretty noteworthy trip down every time we need to come back and fight this boss. I think one of the longest early run back in Dark Souls 1 is probably Capra Demon. So you do have to fight like a noteworthy number of like thieves and junk on the way to get to that fight. Northern Ritual Band, Bleedstone could technically enable us to create a bleeding weapon. I want to know if I can skip past this guy, or if he's just going to run me down here. Okay. Try attacking and then treasure. Not sure what exactly they're getting at with that, but are you somebody I can talk to? No, he's one of the dudes from the hide area. Fire Seed. I think Fire Seeds are used to upgrade your Pyromancy Flame in this game. Yeah, I don't remember. It's not appearing in like the main inventory. I'm trying to remember if this area is like forgiving and has a second bonfire, or if this is basically what I get. Open a few more things with the Bastille key. Pretty sure I had to open some stuff with the Bastille key to get this far, so I'm not positive. Just a lowly skeleton. I'm not positive that this key is like serving a relevant purpose anymore, guys. You didn't have to double check for my key at every single door. I don't know. Maybe I could have been a speedrunner. The game doesn't know. Okay. So through that fog is a substantial boss. Got Bastille Key here. I'm in the mood to fight the boss in the light. So we're going to go ahead and get some lights set up. So in the event that you don't perform this extra action of lighting this, you can wind up fighting the boss in the dark. And notably, that last area there was flooded with water, which means that if you take a roll while you're carrying a torch through there from another location, like if you try to carry a torch from the bonfire, then you're going to be carrying that torch through an area trying not to roll. Yeah, that area is nothing. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to try a preliminary run at this boss. With only 3 Estus, I think this is going to be a crapshoot. The Estus is not as important as my not having fought the boss in forever. This is our first of 4, like, substantial souls that kind of serve the purpose of the bell towers from Dark Souls 1, in that they unlock our access to, like, the substantial later areas. That's a bad dodge. It is thought lore-wise... You're just gonna keep coming. It is thought lore-wise that, these 4 bosses represent inheritance of the Lord Souls from the first game. And in that sense, the Lost Sinner, I believe, is the inheritor of the Chaos Flame of Izalith, which is kind of showcased by that insect that skitters in there. That creature is what is truly the Lost Sinner. It's not the possessed person who's, you know, running at us like a maniac. And yeah, the bonfire is all the way back here, which will require us to take that elevator down every single time, and then do that run through the water every single time, and all that junk every time we want to do this fight. Now, I did send the elevator back up last time, so I can just do this. Okay, so that's right. We actually do have a parry animation straight up with 2 hands on the mace. That's easy to forget about. And that's been throwing me off, because I've tried to use that same buttons combo to block, and in Dark Souls 1, with 2 hands on a weapon, you can use the trigger to block. But in Dark Souls 2, you can parry even while 2-handing something. That would be lethal if I messed up there. That was lethal. Damn it. Okay. This is about the 4-hour, this is a bit past the 4-hour mark, and I have not had anything to eat in quite a while. So we're going to call it here, not the least of which, because Dark Souls 2 is just inherently frustrating. So it's a shame that we were not able to, like, clock down any major bosses during our first sitting, but the early game of Dark Souls 2 is oppressive, and there's a lot to do. So we'll be getting back to this hopefully pretty soon. Well, I mean, we'll be running this for Mondays from here on out, so hope you tune into that. And we've got everything on backup recording just in case something breaks again. So, thank you for tuning in. This has been Jupiter Exile. Until next we wander.